Okay, everyone listening, if you can give us just a couple more minutes, we're now streaming live to Facebook, our Facebook group. All of you VIP members that are there, just bear with us another minute or two while we work out a couple of technical glitches, and we'll get started in just one moment. All right, everyone, we are now streaming live to Facebook due to just the overwhelming traffic we received on this. Looks like we need a little more bandwidth than our current streaming provider was wanting to provide for us, which is good news for all of us. So we thank you very much, all of our VIPs, for your patience. Since the link just went out to a few folks, if the VIPs could give just a minute or two for some eyes on Facebook to load this up so that we don't leave everyone in the dust. We'll get started in maybe another, I'd say, minute or two. So we've got thousands of people joining right now on Facebook. One moment, please. All right, hello everyone that's joining us on Facebook, joining us on the VIPs. We appreciate all of you guys. It took us just a couple of extra minutes to get the stream live just because of the overwhelming response. And as you know, in the days of COVID and a lot of people working from home, there are just a few glitches that obviously happen from time to time. So we thank you for your patience. We are absolutely ready to get started. So my name's Keith. I'm on the digital experience team working behind the scenes. So what I'm going to do is start off with just a few housekeeping items. So if you would just turn your attention to the screen for just a moment, let's go over the schedule. The schedule is going to be broken into 1 hour modules or 1 hour segments. For the first hour, Jay will give a presentation and then we'll break just a few minutes and then we'll come back from that break with a few questions. So the VIPs that have paid for time to do questions, you'll be submitting those at the end of each module. During the breaks, we'll take a minute to review. And then we'll do a few questions when we come back from each break. On the second hour, we've got our special guest joining Jay, Dame, and John from Shark Tank. You guys all know him well. And we'll follow the same model of going for approximately an hour. Then we'll take a break, come back with questions. We've got another exciting module from Jay following the same model, followed by one more where we think possibly the final module could be possibly filled with more questions from you guys. It could be filled with content from Jay. It's really going to depend on the questions, how much content we're able to cover, but we can guarantee you it's going to be valuable information no matter what the form is. And then Jay has agreed possibly if there are questions and time, and we feel like there's momentum moving forward, we may extend beyond 4 hours to answer questions or share more content. Again, we may not. We'll keep you sort of apprised of that as we work through the live stream. For breaks, we're going to be showing some video clips. We'll try to take about a 10 to 15 minute break, probably closer to 10 since we started late. And we'll be showing some videos during the break that will be showcasing the Mastermind Mentoring Program that Jay's going to talk to you a little bit more about later. We do have gifts for you guys that we told you could take advantage of throughout the live stream. Just before each break, or actually just after each break, we'll be sending out a link for you guys to go claim a free gift from Jay. And all of the gifts are going to require that you have an account at Abraham University. Now, for those of you that signed up, you should have all received a link to do that. If you didn't, there's a link right here. You can go click in another window. There's no credit card. You can sign up in just a few clicks, create your free account so you've got a place to go take advantage of the gifts and the offers Jay's going to be giving. For those of you that purchased audio or video transcripts, or for those of you who might be purchasing courses or other things throughout the summit, they will appear in your university dashboard, and it may take until Monday to get that processed because we are going to take the live footage from today. We're going to produce that in a clean, easy to use format for you. So if you would give our production team just a couple of days to get that loaded into your dashboard, you'll have it. All of your mastermind content, for those of you who decide to take part in that, that is available immediately. For our VIP members, we thank you very much for signing up for VIP access today to speak with Jay. And we have a couple of gifts for you. Of course, in addition to being able to speak to Jay, you're going to be able to get a free course, the Creativity Switch, that we're going to load into your student dashboard. And we do realize that not everyone may possibly not everyone may possibly be able to take part in asking questions just because of so many of you that are on the live stream. So we are giving all of our VIPs a coupon code for the amount you did pay for VIP access that you can use for anything on jayabraham.com. And you'll be sent with an email instructions on that post-event. If we do have any technical problems, which we already have just a little bit, we have had a huge web turnout. Web traffic is high on all of the sites, which is a great thing. But this really did exceed any expectation we have. And we really thank you for that. If we do get connected, just refresh the page at webinar.jayabraham.com. Of course, you see we had to quickly shift over to the Abraham University Facebook page. You can do that. And if for some reason all three of those fail, just go to jayabraham.com/summit and you can get more details there about how to get reconnected. If you do have technical questions throughout the event, you can just send out a chat if you're a VIP. And anyone at any time can send email questions to support@jayabraham.com. And we do have representatives standing by that are able to help you with that. So that is the end of my introduction. And so, Jay, I now pass it over to you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And let me make sure that I am visible. There I am. So, first of all, we had I'm glad I'm not a Broadway producer because I would be heartbroken. There was going to be a very, very dynamic introduction that had excerpts of me with Tony Robbins and Damon, all kinds of icons, but we didn't quite get that done. So we're going to go right into this, and I apologize. I won the bet with myself. I bet myself $10,000 that it would have technical problems before we ever started, and I won. It's not our team, it's just the whole process. Everybody and their brother are using this, and this is the first time we've ever done it. And we didn't really do it as masters. We did it as experimenters, and we got something like 10 or 11,000 people to register, which I think might have overtaxed the systems. And I don't know how many of you are on now, but let me get started by explaining what this is all about. So let's go to the next slide. So Everybody that should know me, and I know there's some of you or many of you that don't. So for the last 40 years, I've grown businesses for a living. Large businesses, small businesses, complex businesses, high tech, low tech, no tech, retail, wholesale. And I've done it by being able to figure out how to make businesses perform better, market better, have better strategies, better business models, profit, better positioning advantage, better offerings, better preeminence, all kinds of things. And I've done this all over the world. And in the process, I've had the good or bad experience of being through literally five, including now, downturns. And during those downturns, I've had to help people figure out positive, proactive strategies. I've had to have them figure out all kinds of ways to get their businesses going and growing again. And I've been so assailed in the last couple of months by people, media, podcasters asking me for answers literally on what to do for entrepreneurs that didn't know what to do. And they gave me all these scenarios that I thought, okay, I'm going to do something I haven't done ever. I'm going to do a 4 hour summit. I'm going to explain what I believe everybody needs to know how to do right now. And I'm going to break it into different categories because you see, I'm pointing to go back. You'll see that I am pointing to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different segments of people represented. There are people on this call who are what I call forced or accidental entrepreneurs. You lost your job and you got to figure out something you can do very quickly for no investment, no risk, and you don't even know where to start. There's startups that either didn't start up or they started up slow and now they got to figure out how to get restarted. There are companies that were somewhat doing okay and now they're stuck. There are companies that are stalling. There are companies that are sustaining, but you all have questions. And I'm going to try to integrate that and address different elements, but at the same time, explain implications that benefit all of you. Okay, next slide. So I'm going to start because a lot of you have never been introduced to me, my principles and methodology. And so you know this. I've grown businesses all over the world, many like 20, 30 billion dollars, people you know, very prominent people, all kinds of industry leaders. And I've done it by coming up with principles that outperform, out profit, impact everybody else. And I've been able to work on the geometry of business performance. And I'm going to share very quickly a few of them because all of you need to know these because all of them relate to whatever you do right now. And all of them have within them or hold the ability to get greater performance from what you're doing with no more time, no more effort, no more investment. So let's start. Next. So I'm going to be very quick. I'm not going to give you all the graphics if this was a expensive, long 5-day seminar. I'm just going to give you the essence. So the first thing I created long ago was what's called the 3-way to grow a business model. And it's how to work on the geometry of the business. And really quickly, people say there must be a million ways to grow a business. Not true. There are 3 main ways. You increase the number of buyers, you increase the size of each transaction and thus the profit. You increase the frequency or the utility of business, meaning how much longer they buy and how many things they buy from you. And if you don't have a lot of things to sell, how many additional ways you can ethically monetize. When you just do one thing, bring in a lot more buyers, it costs you a lot. It's a linear transaction. When you work on all 3, and I have a broad model I could show you if we had 10 hours more today, but if you work on all 3 at the same time, it works on the geometry of a business. There are 28 different ways you can increase more buyers. There are about 15 ways you can ethically get a buyer to spend more at the point of purchase and thus double or triple the profit per transaction. There are about 25 ways to ethically, and ethically is the optimal word, in their best interest, get people to buy more things more often, or ways to take what you know about the buyer and sell them other things that they would normally buy before, during, after, or instead of your purchase, or other things that their role in business or life has them buying anyhow. When you understand that and you work on all three areas at the same time, little increases, a 10% increase across all three will produce a 33% increase in revenue and might double your profit. These are all important right now because these things you can change right now with no more effort or expense if you know how to do it, and you can multiply the profit and get that business going and growing again and funding other things. There are three other ways to grow your business, and they're more sophisticated, but you might be at that point now. The first is to penetrate at least one new market. Normally, I would say every year, but now I would say almost every quarter or loaded front. If you penetrate new markets, you can find more receptive, virginal, expansive, and expensive sources of sale. The second is to introduce one new product or service every year. Every time you add one more product or service to your offering, it gives you enormous profit power. That service can be a lower price, less restrictive entry product that makes it easier for a lot more people to start their first transaction. It can be a product that you can add to any purchase, first or subsequent, which can multiply the revenue and the profit. It can be a product or service you add at the end after they bought everything else that you have to sell, and thus it expands what's called the LTV, the lifetime value. The third way is to acquire every year, and you can do it faster right now because there's opportunities galore, at least one business that is either competitively based or complementary based. And but to buy it on an earnout, meaning you don't put any money up. You don't even have to buy the business. If it's in trouble, you can buy the assets, the buyers, the prospects, the URL, the name, the phone number, and the intellectual property. But when you consolidate it, if you have any kind of an infrastructure, you can take a business that's not doing very well, you can buy it on a earnout, meaning you pay out of the profits to the owner. You can put it into your business where you've already got people, team, facilities, and you can cut most of the overhead out from the business that was running it, and all of a sudden make a marginal business profitable. And you start doing that over and over again. It's very exciting. If you buy businesses that are not in the same field but are complementary, things people buy before, during, and after. If it's before and you make that business work, now it's the equivalent of a lead. You get preemptive access to a buyer before they're ready to buy your product. If it's after, now you get a second whack at the profit pinata. If it's during, now you can package it. If it's instead, now you have one or many ways to monetize somebody who says no. I'm just giving you philosophy. Next. Okay. I have a slide for this, but it's called the Power Parthenon of Geometric Growth. Very, very important. Everything I do is based on geometry. It's easier to work on the geometric growth and its profit growth. You can profit growth much easier than revenue growth of a business when you understand the mechanism, the principles, and the mechanics. The Power Parthenon is very simple. Excuse me 1 second. And it's funny, I normally wear a suit, but I'm sitting in my son's sports bedroom, having fun in my sweater and my Lululemons. So the concept's cool. Most businesses depend totally on one single source or pillar for the majority of their business. It can be sales, can be retail, can be referral, can be social media, can be trade shows when trade shows are available, can be catalogs. But if any of that source becomes compromised, like now, people can't come to you, can't go to a trade show, you can't do a lot of the things, you can't hold seminars, your business gets compromised. All companies I ever helped, the first thing we did after working on the 3 ways to grow a business and the advanced 3 ways was we started adding pillars. My goal is to get 8 or 9 more sources of revenue for you that are working together. Each one is a profit center. It makes you money, doesn't cost you money, but they're all working together to penetrate the same market or alternative markets and bring people to you. What happens is if all of your business is coming from one source right now, and you could add 7 or 8 more sources, each one of which adds only 10 or 15% more business, the combination is not 10 or 15%. It's 10 times 10 times 12 times 15, can be hundreds or thousands of percent more. And this stabilizes your business fabulously. Let me give you a fascinating example because it'll blow your mind. Most businesses I look at can honestly say that 10 to 100% of their revenue comes right now or comes before the crisis from either referrals or word of mouth. And yet, if you ask, and oh, by the way, and I used to interview all these and said, okay, tell me the percentage and tell me the dollars. It was wild. They'd say 30%, 400,000, 80%, 5 million, 25%, 300,000. Then I would say, okay, tell me if you get most of your business from referrals, do you have at least one formalized, systematized, ongoing, ever adhered to referral generating strategy that your business follows all the time? 90% would say no. The ones that said yes, I'd say, do you have two? 90% of that 10% would say no. Then I'd say 3, 90% of the remaining whatever 1% would say no. Well, I've worked in over 1,000 industries and 7,124 at last count sub-industries. And we've identified not 3 or 5, we have over 150 referral generating strategies that almost any business can apply many of. No one's going to do 150, no one's going to do 100. But if you're doing none and you did 10, and right now 30% of your business is coming from referrals, word of mouth, and you added 10, 15 strategies, that could double, redouble again your referral generating business. And what people don't think about, a referral generated buyer buys more, buys faster, negotiates less, buys more things, buys more often, is more profitable, buys for a longer period, is more enjoyable to deal with, costs you nothing, and refers more people. And when most companies that get referrals and don't have a referral system, not even one, when you look at their business, they're spending money on Facebook, they're spending money on trade shows, they're spending money on all these things. And all that spend is designed to get the first stage of tentative trust, not committed trust, not financially committed trust where they're buying, but just the first stage. You have to work your butt off to get them to spend money, and even on the first spend, they don't trust you. Whereas a referral generated buyer has already got total trust. They're ready to buy. They trust you implicitly. They're ready to do business. They're ready not to worry about it. They know what you. I mean, it's just a much better strategy, and that's one of about 100 strategies that I would put in a Power Parthenon. But you all need that because it will stabilize your business. It'll give you instant ability to work on the profit geometry. All of this costs no more money. It just produces much more money. No investment if you do it right. Virtually no risk, but it can double, redouble again your results, and your profit is outsized. Doubling your volume may triple or quadruple your profit. Next. So everything I've done in my life has been designed to make it easy, safe, immediate, and almost infallible for a business owner, an entrepreneur, a professional, even a startup, to multiply their success probability, to magnify the profit performance, and to create sustainability and competitive advantage without risk, without major investment. The next category, and these are just my fundamentals, but you all need to know them, and then we're going to get into some cool things. the 9 drivers of exponential profit. Very simply, I always try to find easy, simple, elegant, un, uh, un, they're infallible things you can do, and they're so forgiving, they will work better for you even if you don't execute right. And I identified 9 elements of any business that if you change any one, it'll make a positive difference. If you changed all 9, it would be explosive, and I don't ever expect anyone to. But when I introduce the portfolio of opportunities you've got available, you can pick 2 or 3, and if you work on them, your business will go like that. So let me list what they are. And I wrote them down because I didn't put them on the slide. First thing is you change your strategy. Most entrepreneurs, small, medium businesses, they're tactical. When you become strategic, it changes dramatically everything you do. And when you are strategic, every tactic, technique you ever do must be done only if it advances and enhances the big game plan you're playing. Most people just randomly run ads, do things, and it doesn't really get them anywhere. The next thing, you change your marketing, you change your results. There are many facets of marketing. You can change the market you target, you can change the position, you can change the offer, you can change the credibility, you can change the proof, you can change the way you take risk away, you can change the bonus, you can change the ability to show them you understand what they feel. I just made, then there's probably 9 different factors in marketing that you can change. You can change how you start a relationship. Maybe instead of going for the biggest thing to sell, you go for the easiest way to start a relationship. You can change what you add to it. Those of you who signed up for this, we added to it 2 different offerings, a modest price upgrade if you wanted the replay, and a little bit more if you wanted questions. Those 2 additions, which were values for you, made our investment 5 times more profitable. We are 5 times more profitable just because we added that to the offer. And you can do things like that all day long. But if we hadn't, we'd have been here. By doing it, cost us no more time, cost us no more money, 500% more revenue already. I'll probably make you a really cool offer later if it's appropriate. But even if I didn't, just by those things I'm teaching you. So change your strategy, change your marketing, change your business model. If your business model is we're going to only sell a $10,000 item, and you got to work your hearts off because it's hard for people to go from 0 to 10,000, then you're going to be limited. Whereas if you had an easy entry level product that was not threatening and not that expensive, and it brought a lot more people to start a relationship, even though it was a couple more steps, you would find those people, if they got a good outcome, very much more motivated to go to the next and the next level. Conversely, if you have a very limited view of what you sell and you only sell 3 things, but you know that your buyer are buying 10 more things, and you don't expand your vision to source and offer most or all of those other 10 things, you're losing opportunity costs because you already established goodwill with your market. And by the way, I'm on a roll. I don't do these things. This is the first one. I am terrible on time compliance. I'm trying like mad to give you insight, knowledge, epiphanies that nobody else has ever done. And then I'll get into some specific illustrations, but my staff needs to keep me apprised when it's time to take a break, because I want you to be very excited about it. I want you to be very, very, very engaged in this. If you have to go to the bathroom, you got to make calls. If you got to do anything, go get a coffee. I don't want you to do it until the break, please. We didn't finish on the 9 drivers. The next ones I'll just go through real quick. Capital, how you use money, how you use people, how you use intellectual capital, brain power. You can make everybody in your organization 20, 40, 50% more effective. You can make salespeople 50% more effective just with one little training dynamic. You can make people more powerful with soft skills like trust building. It'll increase effectiveness 300%. strategic communication, how they come across, that can double or triple effect. Each one of these is separate. They're not one thing. So each one of these double or triple keeps additive to the geometric growth your business can deliver to you. How you are heard, how people see you and hear you. Those two things are different. And all these can be taught instantly for yourself, for your people, and they make every part of your business perform better. The next one is relationships. How you use relationships with your vendors. We get all our vendors to pay for our marketing. And if they won't, we find new vendors who want our business, who will. If we want to grow, we want them to help grow us, and we reward them. We have relationships with, when I used to be in the seminar business, I had 25 relationships that were able to generate for me, endorse for me, source for me $250 million of sales. I basically had a client that we made 3 relationships that generated for them $500 million a year, and they didn't pay a cent until the sales came. So you can do strategic alliances, you can do power partnering, you can do joint ventures, you can do endorsement deals, you can do co-branding, you can do referral deals. Those are all relationships. Distribution channels. Distribution channels can be lots of different things. It can be things you do with organizations, with platforms, with media, with sales forces, with distribution organizations, with affinity organizations, with influencers. I do all of those things for my clients, and every one of them can be structured as a pure profit center because you don't pay anything up front. You don't pay money out until far more money is generated from them. You don't have to know how to do them. But I'm just trying to show you all the opportunity you've got, even though you're trying to figure out what in the world to do. World's in a shambles, and it is. But if you know these kind of no cost, no risk, high probability, high performance ways to grow your business, you are going to win, because you need to know the game you're playing and the rules you're playing, and your competitors don't. And if you do, you're going to win. The next one is products and services. You add more products and services on the front end, on the back end as packages. That changes tremendously the finances. If you have low-cost products that make people easy to start, the sooner you get the first sale, the sooner you get the second, the sooner you get the third. If you've got cool products and services you can add together that double and triple the profitability of every sale, now it's totally different. If you have products or services you can add that extend the life of a buyer 2 or 3 or 4 times over, all of a sudden, every time you bring a new buyer in, that buyer on a value basis is worth maybe thousands of dollars more to you. So it makes it much easier to have predictable profit for years to come. The other ones, the processes and procedures, and your ideology, your mental frame. So I don't want to I can do hours on each of these. I don't want to. I got lots of programs that do hours and hours on each and explain them and illustrate them and have examples. But this is just to get your mind clicking. Next. So the sticking point solutions, did we list them there? We didn't, did we? Nope. So they're not there. Okay, I'm going to look it up because I want. So I found all these cool things, and the sticking point solutions really important. Let me find it real quick. Hold on 1 second. I've got it right here. Pardon me. I'm a mad scientist. I've got stuff everywhere. So I've written 2 books that came out in 2 different downturns. One was called Recession Proofing Your Business. It was $1,000. We sold 1,000 copies and then stopped selling it because I wanted to keep the brand high. And then in the last one in 2008, we came out with something called the Sticking Point Solutions. And what we did, we helped people identify where and how and why their business was stuck and how to get it unstuck fast. I will just go through some of the categories so you can think about this in your own business, because there are very viable, low or no cost, low or no investment, low or no risk ways to get any business you own, run, you want to pick up, buy on an earn out, or start with someone or for someone to get them unstuck. So the first thing is figuring out if you're stuck, and I've got about 7 denominators, but let's assume you're stuck. If you're stuck losing out to the competitions because you don't know how to give your product, service, or company advantage, and how it's marketed, advantage in who you market it through, the partners you use, advantage in how you make it stand out, how people see it, superior advantages in the way you take risk away in your marketing offers, advantage in how you add bonuses, advantages in how you extend the risk reversal, all kinds of advantages. Once you do that, you get rid of the problem of losing out to the competition. If you're not selling enough, it's because you don't have systems in place that predictably, consistently are bringing prospects in, converting them, and then systematically moving them to the next and the next and the next system. Or you don't have multiple sources, or you don't have enough marketing partners or endorsers, or you do not understand the difference between technical selling and tactical selling, or your marketing sucks, or you're not really accessing the best target audience. You're going general instead of specific. I mean, there's many reasons, but the good news is whatever the perceived constraint, there's a reason for it, cause and effect, and you can extricate. You can turn that around very quickly when you understand it. The next, are you having erratic business? When you get erratic business, that's because you have erratic business generation. Most people are not strategic in any way. I said that earlier. They'll throw ads out. They'll go, salesperson will call on people sometimes this way, that way. They'll run ads occasionally. They'll try different things. They're very erratic. Nothing is integrated. There's no integrated, sustaining, perpetual strategy. And if you don't get what you want, and what you want is practical and viable from the market or the business you're in, it is not the fault of the market. It's not the fault of the media. It's not the fault of anything external. And it's not to be accusatory, because if it's your fault, you can change it in the same effort or less, the same market or less, the same interaction or less, the same opportunity less can change everything. Give you an example. We had a client one time that had a huge furniture store. We literally tested 33 different ways for all their salespeople to greet people at the front door. No more time, no more effort, no more expense. One of those produced 300% more sales. 300% more of those people bought. And that turned into, and there was an average sale that was higher too. That turned into an extra $10 million every year just from that one test. And we tested a bunch of things. You can test price, and believe it or not, you change your price, change your results. You can test the headline. Headline is the ad for the ad, but it's also the subject line in an email. It's the beginning of a landing page. It's the first phrase you say when you're on the phone to somebody, when somebody comes in, when you make a presentation. I can go on and on. But when you understand that no more cost, no more investment, just doing something different can double, redouble again what you get out of the effort, and you've got maybe 100 leverage points like that in your business, it gets exciting. I might go through the whole thing, but some more ways you're stuck. You're stuck with not being strategic. I already talked about that. You're stuck with costs eating up expenses. The greatest way to eliminate that is either to move costs to variable. Have people perform it for you and only pay them for so many transactions. Have experts work for you and don't pay them salaries. Pay them on the savings or the marketing they create. Consolidate. Get 5 or 7 people that have the same function and have you pool your resources to do it and just pay incrementally. I can give you 10 different ways to do that. Stuck being marginalized by the marketplace. I saw a slide that teaches you preeminence. I'm known for creating what's called the strategy of preeminence. It is elevating the stature of your business, your product, your services, your people to a place where you are the only viable choice. You are the go-to source. You are the preemptive source. And when you understand how to do it, you tower above everybody else at a level that is you've got a moat, so to speak. I can go through some more. Next,
Jay, I just want to give you a quick heads up. We're coming up on 11:50, and I think we'll take a quick break at 11:55.
Okay,
And
that
then-
works. All right. And I'll tell you what I'd like you to do at the break. And this is, again, I apologize for the slow start, and I apologize you didn't get to see all these people tell you all the things I do, because it would help you even appreciate this more, not because I'm arrogant, just because seeing peer confirmation would have been good. But Damon will be fun, and when he comes on, and we're going to have a lot of fun together, because he and I are going to do something you'll thoroughly enjoy. But let's go to the next slide. These are key distinctions you need to know. Next. Always work on the geometry of your business. It is easier, safer, and far more profitable to only do things that produce geometric, exponential growth and sustainable growth than spending the same time, effort, or more, same investment or more on something that's linear, that's tactical, that's static. And when you understand how to discriminate, how to see that one thing you're doing is limited, it's linear, it's tactical, it's static, it's not going to get you anywhere but the moment. You're going to have to do something else tomorrow and the next day, but something else is going to be building, compounding, producing sustainable, recurring, and it's the same effort or less. You're going to start only working on the geometry of your business. Next. Okay. Leverage other people's resources. I have identified 150 ways. Whatever you think is a limitation, whatever resources you don't have, advertising, sales, marketing, expertise, technical, product development, office, relationships, Salesforce, somebody else bigger has it, and your problem could be the solution to someone else's. Let me tell you one story, then we'll take our break. And I've done hundreds of different things for clients in the area we're talking about right now, because you can leverage off of other companies, other media, other influencers, other organizations, other associations, other platforms, hard won trust, access, members, buyers, readers, patients, subscribers, and they've already spent tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. You get to leverage off of it just for sharing on the results. Many years ago, I used to do a lot of seminars in China when China and the United States weren't at such a distance. And when I was there one time, I was asked by a young man through translator a question. He said, "Jay, what do you do if you're a small company and the banks won't lend you money to grow?" And I said, "Well, tell me a little bit more." He said, "I'm a local motorcycle manufacturer in China, and I want to go all over Asia and set up another factory and sell a motorcycle all over Asia, but the bank won't let me have any money." I said, "Okay, I don't understand the problem." He goes, "I just told you." And I said, "No, not really. Your problem is going to be the solution to somebody else's bigger problem who just doesn't know what it is. Go to Asia, go all around, find somebody in a complementary, not a competitive business, who's already got factory, distribution, retail, and do some kind of partner with them." And that took me a minute and a half. A year and a half later, I come back, the same guy comes to the mic, smiling like the Cheshire Cat. He said, "I did what you told me, Jay." Well, those of you who are going to ask me questions, I answer questions 100 times a day for all kinds of different clients, groups, podcasters, and I don't remember anything I say. And I said, "Well, what was it?" He told me. I said, "That's cool. What'd you do?" He said, "I went to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. I found Asia's largest lawnmower manufacturer. They had a huge factory that was being underutilized. I had to bring them the tools and the dies. If you don't know what that is, those are the metal pieces that form metal. They provided all the equipment, the people, the facilities, the capital. Together, we produced motorcycles. They already had thousands of retailers. They had offices in 10 countries. They had their own sales force, their own distributors. We just put it through that." He said, "In our first year together, we both earned $10 million profit for almost no investment." Somebody already has what you want. Somebody already has access to what you want. Somebody has resources you want. I can go through, because we've done it for thousands of clients to the tune of billions of dollars. So you got to know you have no impairment of resources or opportunities. You just have to figure out who's got what you want, who's already got access to your market, who's got products you want, who's got distribution you want, who's got expertise you want, know how to convert that to results. Next. Oh, let's take our break. Take a break, but only 10 minutes, because Damon will be here and he might be on a tight timeline. I apologize. And then I want questions to start with that are based on what I'm talking about. At the end, we'll take questions based on alternatives. So many of you that are asking questions, in all truth, it's not in your best interest to answer those questions now, because once you blow your wad, and I don't want you to, once you understand the foundation I'm going to set, and then the insights I'm going to give you about what's going on right now and what the opportunities are and where you can move very quickly to a much higher level of revenue and profit, no matter what the crisis has brought on, then you'll ask a much more valuable, profitable, powerful, and relevant question. So I don't want you to ask questions out of the realm of what I've talked about right now. If you have a question about what I've talked about in this shortened first segment, use the time at the break, 10 minutes max, guys, not 15, and then come back, send it to us, and then I'll have the team go over them, and I'll address the ones that are relevant. But if Damon is on a sharp timeline because we're running late, I'll do him first. Okay, let's take a break.
Great. And those questions can be submitted in the Q&A portion down at the lower portion of your screen at Q&A. And we may start rolling a little intro for Damon a little bit before we get back started. So if you start to hear things, that's what that is. And I believe we may even run a little something just kind of informative as well. So if you don't want to take a break, you can stay tuned, and we'll do our best to make it as entertaining as possible for you. And thanks again for tuning in, and we appreciate you.
All right, guys. So we're about to take our break, but like Brian said, we're going to keep production going through the 10-minute break. I'm going to start a video that's going to give all of you an introduction to Jay's brand new program, Mastermind Mentoring. So this is a program where he has produced brand new content, high quality, average about 10 to 20 minutes per day, mentoring guidance for you guys. And I'm going to be playing one of the videos from the start of the mentoring track. During the break, I'm also going to be posting in chat, both on Facebook and for our VIPs, a link to go grab your free ebook from Jay. Jay is going to be giving away a free ebook during this break. So just with your Abraham University account, which is free, all you have to do is click on the link and accept it into your dashboard. So I'm going to bring up a video now for you guys to watch. And then after this is over, we'll roll right into Damon's introduction video. And when that video is over, we'll be back producing.
All right, as we start our life business journey together, I thought it might be very appropriate to answer a question that has either been on your mind or should be on your mind. If it's not clear to you, you won't get the optimal outcome that is possible for this collaboration. So why do you want to be mentored? A, and B, why do you want to be mentored by me? So let me try to answer that. You look throughout history and you look at the highest performers in virtually every category of achievement that you can think of. Almost to the person, there has been one or more mentors behind them. And a mentor, in my mind, is so different than an advisor. He or she is so different than a coach. An advisor, you ask a question, they give you an answer. A coach, you tell them what you want to do, and they help you reverse engineer doing that. A mentor is totally different. He or she just generally, not talking about Jay Abraham as your mentor, but he or she has been there and done that in at least one and preferably multiple domains and arenas. They know what is possible from time, from opportunity, from access, from marketing, from strategy, from communication, from interaction, from relationships. And they will not allow someone they are mentoring to hold themselves to a lesser level, a lesser performance capability than the opportunity and the environment will allow. So in other words, if you say, well, Jay, I want to take my business from 100,000 to 170, I won't let you because that's beneath your capability. Your business, the marketing access, the positioning, the value proposition we're going to create together, the distribution channels we're going to create through your Power Parthenon, you should be minimally seeking double, maybe redoubling that, and less than that is a disservice, not to yourself, but to all the clients you should and could be serving. So a mentor holds you to a higher standard. He or she shifts the question people ask themselves. Big question most people struggle with in entrepreneurship, you might have too, I think, is, am I really worthy of this goal? Can I really and truly take my business from 100,000 to 150? Can I really stay competitive and viable with all the worldwide dearth of people that are competing in all the online and the offline and the interlopers? Can I really keep this business successful enough that it'll support my family and I in a lifestyle I want? Well, that is absolutely positively and totally the wrong question for you to ask yourself, particularly if I'm going to be your mentor. The right question is not, am I worthy of this goal? It's the opposite. Is this goal worthy of me? Because you will find so much more possible from time, effort, opportunity, capital, access, human capital, relational capital, intellectual capital. So that's the first thing. Why me over any other mentor? Well, let me put it a couple ways. First of all, most of the people that you would get access to normally don't come close to the experiences, the industry spectrum, the success documentation, levels of aggregate, composite, diverse expertise that I possess. They don't even come close to having had the clientele I've worked with. They would be hard pressed, I think, to have $21+ billion of success stories. I doubt if they would have helped over 300 experts and learned all those different expertises. I doubt if they would have the ability to name very many household word legendary successes and icons like I've helped. I don't think they would be able to translate and transfer all the success lessons that have been hard won, learned from all those experiences, and distill them and then share them with you in an actionable way that you can easily, directly, and continuously apply to grow your business. I doubt if they would care enough to be more than occasionally available to you. Most mentors talk very infrequently and they talk in a limited manner. If you're fortunate enough to have someone that exceeds what I'm suggesting I bring to the table, you're very, 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 very fortunate, and I commend you and I say yay. But if you're not, I'm committed for the long term. There's an old commercial they did years ago. You probably don't remember it. It's for Vidal Sassoon, hairdresser, and he said, if you don't look good, we don't look good. And if I don't get you more successful almost each and every month, if you don't look back every year of your relationship with me and you aren't basically multiplying, compounding, exceeding what you did the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before, then I don't look good and I'm going to be embarrassing. For me to take on this project at such a modest cost with such a lofty promise of outcome for you, I've put myself on the line. I'm way, way out on a limb. And the only way that I win is if I help you win so much more, so much better. We're going to be a very, very powerful, a very profitable, and a very, very wonderful collaborative team together. I know I'm committed to you. And if you're committed back and committed to yourself and your business, literally the sky is the limit. You know, as Buzz Lightyear said, to infinity and beyond.
Okay, everyone. So we're about to do our introduction of Damon and get started. So if you've stepped away from the computer, now is a fantastic time to step back in so you don't miss out on the next hour, which is sure to be full of a lot of really good surprises for you guys. So let me load this up. So before we play the video, let me just do a brief introduction. Damon's no surprise to you guys. Next up is a man who started a clothing company in his mother's basement and transformed it into a global fashion empire, which has now amassed over $6 billion worldwide in retail sales to date. He's the co-star of ABC's four-time Emmy Award-winning series Shark Tank. He's been appointed as a presidential ambassador of global entrepreneurship by the Obama administration. He's also the author of the two-time best-selling books Rise and Grind in 2018 and The Power of Broke in 2016, which also won the 2017 NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Literary Work Instructional. He's known around the world as the People's Shark. But rather than keep talking about him, let's just check out the video.
I've been an entrepreneur since the day I was born.
Without further ado, here he is, the People's Shark, Damon John.
Damon John, the founder and CEO of Forest Bias Food Bull and a panelist on Shark Tank and the author of 3 best-selling books in entrepreneur.
Sorry, everyone. A little glitch there. Sorry, I know my text messages are blowing up. Here we go. Let's try this. Here we go.
I've been an entrepreneur since the day I was born.
Without further ado, here he is, the People's Shark, Damon John.
Damon John, the founder and CEO of Forest Bias Food Bull and a panelist on Shark Tank and the author of 3 best-selling books. An entrepreneur is somebody who thinks outside the box, and when everybody else says no, they say yes.
In 1992, Damon John was 23 years old with only 40 bucks to his name when he started FUBU, now one of the most iconic fashion brands in history.
When I started FUBU, I had to physically get up in people's face and try to sell them a shirt. Everybody thinks you need money to make money, but you don't. We knew we make it if we ever get on. I said, came from the hood. I can't design. I'm dyslexic. Got left back in 7th grade. All that didn't stop me.
America's not about what can be done for us. It's about what can be done by us.
When you start hearing the president talk about FUBU, Mom, I made it. I started going on shows, and Mark Burnett saw me and said, this guy knows how to break down a pitch. I want him on the show.
Every week, over 6 million people tune in to see Damon John and his fellow sharks fight it out on Shark Tank.
4 fluffy pancakes, under 250 calories.
I'll do 120,000 for 50%.
I'll go 42. We can do it right now.
Say yes,
Right
don't
now.
hesitate.
I'll do 42.
Nice play, Damon.
Thank you very much. It's about educating people. I'm just doing it because I was this close to losing everything myself. Damon, give a deal.
My man, there you go.
He's so encouraging and he sees that I could do this.
So the question is going to be, when is it time for Chloe to start her line? The biggest investment is to invest in people.
We have an idea. We know you are the man to come to.
For me, I've always dreamed big. And so I called up my business partner, Damon John, from Shark Tank.
I love him so much.
It's all about bringing other people up the ladder, the same way that I was brought up the ladder. I will guarantee to mentor you, but I will not give you the money at this time. We're taught everything else as kids, but we're not taught how to use that tool called money. You have to concentrate on this and be the king of this.
Damon John from Shark Tank is here with us.
Damon John's branding powerhouse and realist. He's my favorite shark. The author of a brand new book called Rise and Grind. You got to grind.
Anything worth doing is worth overdoing.
Rise and grind, outperform, outwork, and out-hustle your way to a more successful and rewarding life.
Don't do things just for money. And you have to start today and do what you love. You're going to fail, but you're going to learn from that and you're going to grow.
We've got a shark here named Damon John.
You are also a presidential ambassador for global entrepreneurship.
We're here tonight to save the world and teach financial intelligence. The recipient of the Damon John Scholarship for Excellence is, I look for desire, drive, honor, and the ability to solve problems.
First of all, thanks for what you do.
My quest right now is to change people's lives, have fun at the same time, and challenge people.
You've just given back to the community in so many great ways. You're real visionary.
Please welcome Damon John!
The king of branding.
He is the leader, the guy that started it all, a pioneer. I love it.
The American dream stole our life.
That's what it's about.
It's about leaving with a legacy.
Thank you.
All right, so without any further ado, I introduced you guys, Mr. Damon John.
Amen. We got you.
Hold on.
I'll tell you the best part about doing this, Damon, is how many unexpected ways it can screw up technologically.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can't see you, but I can hear you.
All right. Every time I hit start video, it says you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Okay, host. Who's the host? I'm not the host. Who can enable it?
All right, try again, Damon.
Now try it.
Bang.
Fingers. There you are. Hello, Damon.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Jay?
I am great. Are you still in Miami?
I am. I'll be up in New York in a week or so.
That's good. I like your background. Is that real or is it your screen?
Yeah, I decided to make a couple of extra dollars and clean up the Shark Tank set, part-time work.
It looks great. Well, first of all, thank you. If they didn't all flee when the technology blew up in the beginning, we have about 10 or 12,000 people who should be on, but we'll find out. So you're here for about an hour, and let me give you the foundation. And I threw away the questions that I sent you. So everybody for the last 3 months had me doing interviews. Clients have called me. They all sort of asked the same macro question, but it's answered in different applications. But what can we do when we don't know what to do? And I realize there's a spectrum of businesses. There's what I call the forced entrepreneur, Damon, or the accidental. These are that portion of the 40 million unemployed that have realized that they may not get a job, or if they get one, it may not pay what they want. They better create a full or part-time business to support or supplement, but they don't know how to do it. They don't have capital. They don't know risk. They don't know how to run businesses. Then you got startups that may not have started up or started up and are against the ropes. You got people who are stuck, and then you got people who are doing well, but everybody has different questions. And I thought I'd bring everybody together and challenge myself to address them. Then I thought, why should I do that when Damon is so much smarter than I and could answer all that for me?
I don't know about that.
And by the way, before we get into this, your video doesn't do you justice because he's got exceptional, his best book ever, Power Shift, came out, what, 3 months ago?
Yeah, it came out right when everything hit.
Yeah, it always happens.
You know,
Yes. And it's a
March
wonderful,
10th, March 10th, March 10th it
wonderful
came
book.
out.
If we have time, which I will make, we're gonna explore some of it. But here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to do like a Rorschach. Either I'll ask you, you ask me, we can double team, but there's people not knowing what to do. And while there's no certainty, there are certain things that are going to optimize or enhance your probability of succeeding. And I gave you the spectrum. So I'm going to let you guide me to how this will be the most enjoyable for you, but the most high contributing to the audience. You guide me and we'll do it. It doesn't matter to me.
You mean guide you in what way? Start the ball rolling on.
How do you want me to do this that'll make the most?
Yeah, I think that the audience is which is always challenging, and we want them to lead with very specific examples. The audience is going to vary from people who are, you know, running Fortune 500 companies and they're trying to pivot, and or people who can't pay their light bills and are very concerned about their health and the ability to get food on the table. And so how are we going to be able to serve one and, you know, and then serve the other at the same time? I think so that's going to be my only question and challenge, because you and I reach such a diverse amount of people.
Well, so let me offer, this is fun because we didn't plan this. So you're seeing it in real time. And if there's friction, we'll lubricate it. So how about this? How about if we start with some universal realizations that apply to everyone?
Okay.
You want to try that?
Yeah. And I think that's a good place to start, because I want people to be aware, you know, that, you know, all of us are having these issues. And even when people are doing well, they're still having these issues because of a global pandemic. I could be a billionaire, gazillionaire, gajillionaire, but if I have underlying health issues and I have parents and other people around me that I love, that I can say, well, I can go out and do everything I want or do this, but I also have to discuss the reality of losing the most precious thing in life to me, right? So I have to make different decisions. Like, so I'll give you an example. I live in a hotbed of where this came from, or where it was for quite some time, New York City, and it's going to be probably a second wave. My kids my daughter, who is 4 years old, Minka, goes to school there. I can't have her go to school there anymore because, you know, every parent here knows a kid comes home with a new cold every single weekend, every single day. My wife and I have underlying issues. I got to move out of New York City for 1.5 years, 2 years, because I'd rather be safe than sorry. I have to close my company down, or excuse me, I had to close my space down where I employ anywhere from 50 to 60 people, because even if I wipe down everything and protect them with all the shields that I want to protect them with, if they happen to contract that virus on the subway and take it home and they passed away, or their mother passed away, then I didn't do my job. I didn't care about my staff the way that I should care about my staff. And no amount of money will replace the lives that they could potentially lose. So, you know, so you may say, well, he may have finances, he may have this, he may be a star, he may have that, but there's issues that I have. This is somewhat easy issues for me to solve, comparison to those who are like, yeah, okay, Damon, well, I have to get on the subway to go to work at a grocery store or someplace like that. And I do have underlying issues. And you know what? I'm living with my entire family, 7 people, right? So I want people to understand that when we're giving these answers, we're giving answers we truly are feeling and reflecting ourselves on what is going on out there. And now we want to give you the best things. So what are the universal things that we can start off with? You can't be in control of what's going on out there today, or a lot of other variables. And the only thing you can take control of is what you have in your inventory. And what is your inventory? Your inventory can be time. Your inventory can be certainly your relationships. Your inventory is your education, obviously money. You look at your inventory. Sometimes your inventory are devastating things that have happened to you in the past and how you've overcome those things. You know, the guys who right now, if you can't pay your rent, that's how Airbnb started. They couldn't pay their rent. So they started renting out rooms and renting out various other things of that nature. You know, I know a kid whose father left him when he was 10 years old. And that kid, didn't have any other siblings. That kid decided that I was going to be an entrepreneur because I didn't want to see my mother work that hard. Now that little brown boy from Queens with no connections, who was dyslexic and got left back in school, is now being able to talk to you from, this platform here. So, how can you take inventory of what you have? Because that's the first thing to do. And then how can you utilize that inventory to go where you want to go and research where you want to go? I mean, listen, whether it's Hyatt or Hilton, I forgot who it is, but they're using their work staff, and they're letting their work staff, because their work staff had to be obviously reduced, but instead of reducing them, instead of furloughing them, they are going over to the Targets and the CVSs and the Walgreens and having them work there. Why? Well, first of all, you keep your people on. Second of all, those companies need more people to work for them. And then hopefully when things rebound, you don't have to train an entire new staff. And from CVS's side, you have a fully trained staff that's walking in, so you don't have heavy turnover. So there's a lot of different things. Panera Bread, they're delivering groceries now. So these people are using their assets, and they're taking their inventory and using it. So people need to write down their inventory and their assets. Then they write out a goal list, and how we're going to try to accomplish that goal. How do I need to get educated? Who do I need to bring into this situation right now to help me? Who do I know that has the skill set? Who can I collaborate with? I was on the phone with a team member a little earlier, and they said, I don't think people realize this thing. We hear about all these entrepreneurs going, go, rah, rah, rah. Sometimes you got to take a beat. He was like, imagine your business or your job, it's like your family. You love people there. You spend more time with people there than you have spent with your family sometimes. It has helped you empower yourself and feed yourself and do all these things. It's like your family. It's like your life. If something devastating happened in your life, like there was a death, or you got hit with divorce papers on Friday morning, would you go, rah, let's go hard? You pause for a second. You got to figure it out, and don't let the public tell you, and you see all these people, on social media saying, I'm doing so great. What are you sitting at home for? This is how you do it. Sometimes you got to pause, because you have to collect yourself to then reflect with yourself, look at your assets, and then say, what are my goals, and how am I going to try to accomplish them? What's the path I'm going to take to head towards those goals? So I think that's some of the universal thing. But Jay, don't tell me I'm smarter than you, because then you shouldn't be my mentor. You're smarter than me, and I want to hear more from you about that stuff.
All right. So, I look at it. I'll tell you how I look at it, and it's not different, but it's got a different skew. So I think you start by dividing and conquering, and you have to decide: am I going to be reactive? Am I going to be a victim? Am I going to be proactive? Am I going to be a victor? Am I going to try to find the ethical opportunities? And opportunities to me are situations where I can make a positive difference helping others, but I can benefit in a unique way. Can I do them through my current business or by my job? Do I have to do them with a different one? I think you start asking what I call fork in the road questions. And with those, you start getting some clarity so you know where you stand. And it's not a right or wrong, but if you're going to be reactive, you're going to take a certain action strategy. If you're going to be proactive, you're going to look at it from a different way. If you're in a business, if you're not in a business, you got to figure out, if I need to be in a business full or part-time to supplement or transition, what can I do that has the highest viability, the least or no capital and least risk, and that I can monetize right away? And again, most people don't even know how to evaluate, because they don't have a limitation. If you're in a business, Damon, I think I'm just telling you the things that I think, and you can hammer them, you can challenge them. If you're in a business, I think you start by, first of all, needing to solidify the relationship you have with your buyers, your vendors, everybody. Then you've got to see if you're selling something people are buying or not. If you're selling something they're buying, you want to basically, first of all, figure out what else they're buying before, during, after, instead, and source and secure those to put through your system. If you're selling something they're not buying, then you got to say, what else can I use my goodwill to introduce to my audience that they would trust me enough, and it's relevant enough, and it's not stupid enough that they would buy it. if you have to pivot, you got to understand the optionality of pivot. There's like 15 different ways you can pivot: marketing, product, service, market, business model. So I'm just getting started. Why don't you play off of it? And we have wonderful trust. He can say, that's so effing bullshit, Jay, and I'm fine.
No, listen. I think it is. I think it is real, and I think you're spot on. But for those who are saying, okay, you're kind of glossing over it, and I need you to put the breadcrumbs, really close together, because, all right, Jay, well, I want to sell something, and at this point of their career, they were working someplace. How are you going to sell it? Are you going to open a kiosk, or are you going to sell it direct to consumer? Are you going to collaborate with somebody? Are you most likely going to need some online level of presence? So where do you even start in educating yourself there? I mean, because you're going to have people who are going to have assets. I have a store and my online presence wasn't as strong, and now I need to make it stronger. But then you're going to have people who are totally in the dark. And where do they start formalizing and getting the education slowly to put it together to say, okay, I want to sell this, and they don't know that you can be a seller on Amazon without ever having to touch the goods, right? Or you can say right now, I've been in fitness all these years and I'm known for my body, but you know what? I had a regular job, but I didn't realize that a lot of the stores in my area or online, the foot traffic was gone for the last 3 months. They had their spring deliveries. They're sitting on top of a bunch of amazing workout apparel that they need to move the goods. And maybe I can now go over to my social media, following and say, hey, everybody, I'm giving you 30% off these goods because this guy or girl is giving you 50% off because they need to move the goods anyway. And you make 20% and your customer or your potential customer says, hey, I just got goods 30% off by my favorite fitness person. So again, where do they start with these type of,
cool.
educations?
This is very fun because we're going at it. So let me give you a different track, because I've been very, very disciplined in what I'll call qualitative arbitrage, finding opportunities you can get either functional control to assets access. So let's take the things you said as an example. So somebody doesn't have an online presence. Well, if you can figure out how to find somebody that has the ability to give them an online presence, and you can get control of that, and that person will do it on performance because they're underutilized, and you can put the two together and you can put yourself in the middle and you can do that 5 times. Now you have participation. If you can find somebody that's got excess inventory, you can get control of it. And then you got to find markets that have the buyers. You can be a middle person. You can get control and put yourself squarely in the toll position without risk or reward. If you don't know how to do it, and this is, I can get very into this. Right now, Damon, there's about probably 5 million salespeople sitting out there that are unable to sell for many reasons. Either the product they were selling isn't being bought, or the company, their car salesperson in the dealerships haven't been open. You can find them in all kinds of media. I mean, LinkedIn, and you can put them. You don't even have to be skilled at doing it. You can deploy these people to do it for you and give them a percentage. And I can go on and on. But I've done tons of things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping to jog people's minds. So, if I was listening to you and I'm saying, okay, so what were you saying about, all right, I don't know online presence, I should go to somebody. Okay, so I'm the gym person. I have the clothes now because that's what I needed. I should go to another person that does healthy nutritionists and say, hey, I have the clothes, or go to somebody else who does makeup tutorials or weight loss pills and stuff like that.
All of them.
And find all their platforms. But when you say to them, well, you should go find a salesperson who can do it, that's good and bad, because in one instance, I'm going to always say that the first person should be the best salesperson, should be you. But what if I go to a salesperson and they go, well, why am I doing that for you? Why don't I just find another person who needs to move their clothes? Why am I doing that for you? So how do they do that to protect themselves?
I can address that because I've done this for 40 years. So the majority of salespeople, if they had within them the gene that allowed them to be an entrepreneur, and they realize they're getting a small portion of the deal for selling it, and at any time in their life they could have negotiated with a provider and done it on their own and made probably 5 times that and built a residual income. Most of them aren't going to do that. The only reason I would do it, I mean, if there's somebody that can grasp the vision, but not the capacity to do the deal, to get someone to do it. I'll give you a very interesting example. Many years ago, Dave, and do you know who Mark Victor Hansen is?
I do not.
Okay, he was a partner in the Chicken Soup or the Soul series. And there's another guy.
Oh, yes.
And Bob Allen is a old time real estate. They came up with this is quasi concept, how to crack the millionaire code. And the concept is how to help somebody with no money, no skill, no risk tolerance, no product or service, figure out how to make $1 million in less than a year from a standing start. And they were very smart. This is in the old days when you got huge advances. We used to get huge advances for your book, but they decided they were going to hold a seminar. They were going to charge $5,000 to teach this to people. They're going to take the transcript of the seminar, use it as a manuscript, and they got a $500,000 advance from Harper's, I think, for doing it. And then they called me and said, Jay, you're going to give them the big idea. So I thought about it, and what I did was I got up there for 2 hours and I said, okay, you want to go on the high topic searches. You don't want to go in the first or second. You want to go in the second, third, fourth pages, and you're looking for arbitrage. You're looking for somebody who's got a book but doesn't have a seminar. Somebody's got a seminar, doesn't have a book. Somebody's got a book and a seminar, doesn't have a coaching program. Somebody's got a coaching program, doesn't have a consulting. You put them together in the middle and you take half, and that's all you have to do. And there were about 200 people in the room, and 199 thought I was full of you know what and did nothing. One woman said, that's a pretty cool idea, and she made $1.2 million in 6 months doing it. The best, from my vantage point, I look at it different because I've come at my career, and this is not critical, it's just that we come at it with a little bit of contradictory perspective. I have always been taught to find opportunity that people don't see or don't know how to connect. I've always been taught to say there are all these sources, resources, organizations, entities, media, in our platforms, influencers who have access to different markets, that the same market will buy what you've got. If you can find the right connection and you do it with multiple ones, you put yourself in the middle and you just keep doing it. And I've always done that for clients and it's worked. So it's a different concept, only one concept, but it's an expedient because a lot of people try to, you're into startups. When I was into startups, I always said, how can I fill voids people don't know they have by providing them with something they or their market needs, and I don't have to create anything. I just have to get control of everything. Now I'm throwing it back to you.
All right. Well, first of all, Jay, I got left back once, and I'm dyslexic, so I had to look up what arbitrage means. The simultaneous buying and selling of securities, currencies, and/or commodities in different markets or in derivative forms in order to take advantage of deferring prices for the same asset. All right. I thought I knew what you were saying, but I just wanted to make sure.
Think about it,
Jay. You got to stop. We got a lot of blue collar people on here as well, man. You got to, the words, man. It reminds me of when I was back in the hood. The guys who came home from jail. They would say such words. So big, and I'd be like, well, "What did you just finish saying?" I basically I want to go to the store by the time they were done with the words. But no, I think that using the assets around you and finding assets and finding those type of things are absolutely important. Now, let's discuss a little bit and go to this next step of the small business owner and the entrepreneur who already has gone past all those other things. They have maybe a high touch business, maybe a restaurant business, and their first assets would be their staff. And hopefully they got some PPP, or hopefully they still have a remaining staff around them, and they've been able to kind of navigate a little bit. And then as things start to open up, they're concerned about what they do. first of all, what I've been doing with staff, and I've been also talking to other thought leaders and other obviously leaders of sometimes big companies, is the transparency of communicating with your staff and your customers what you're going through, not in a problematic way, but explaining to them the challenge you're facing and asking your staff, more importantly, how do they think you should proceed? And do you have any other ideas and or contacts that maybe we haven't explored over the period of our business? Because 3 months ago, maybe you were somebody on staff or you didn't ask your staff, but there was some great ideas and you weren't being, your hand was waving and somebody didn't pick on you because we obviously had a different agenda, or maybe you couldn't get a hold of me because I'm on a plane, train, or automobile. But now, as we're looking at this, if you really have a great staff, they hopefully are smarter than you. I try to hire people much smarter than me. And so first you tap into them first, then you tap into your customers, because remember, your customers are going through things. Now, your customers may be a brand who supports you. Your customer may be a mom and dad who support you. Your customer may be another small business. How are you checking on them and seeing how they're doing to see if you can help and bring value to them? And I'm finding that is working a lot for me, as well as a lot of big business owners who are saying, we are trying to put our customers first, as we always should, seeing what's going on with them. And then we're finding out what they need, because your customer will always tell you what they need. It's just, were you willing to listen to it? I've been there in the past in business where my customer was telling telling me what they need, and I wasn't listening to it. And then it allowed somebody else to enter into the market and take a market share away from me, because they were willing to do what I wasn't willing to do, or I wasn't listening to. So I think that as these other new opportunities arise outside that you're looking at, there are some that are arising right around you, and you need to be thinking about that, and maybe getting as small as you can. Because remember, you can always you can always expand, but you don't want to have to break things down if you're not getting as small as you can and as agile as you can. I'll give you just one last example. I know somebody out here in Miami, they have 15 restaurants, and the restaurants, first of all, were doing well, which is, first of all, the biggest challenge. As you know, restaurants are the most volatile business to be in. But he had to close the doors, so 15 restaurants. And what did he do? He got out of his leases. He negotiated with his landlord how to get out of the leases, and he put all 15 restaurants into a virtual one space. So basically, he kept one of the restaurants and just got a whole bunch of more equipment from his old ones, condensed it, and he's virtual right now, and he's delivering, and he's actually netting more than he would because of the old spaces that he had. Now that the rents are going down, he's going back out there and starting to renegotiate, because he has a plan that in another year, he's going to go back out there, but he's going to build up a bigger database by having 15 restaurants all in the same space that he only had one, because he's just delivering virtually to everybody. So listen, what is he doing? He's reducing his costs and increasing his sales. There's only two ways to do business: reduce costs or increase sales, and that's it. And he's doing it simultaneously while staying small, because he knows that what's going to happen. The market is going to, the real estate market is going to probably come down about 30, 40%. He's going to be able to retain more of a workforce, because a lot of people are going to be looking for jobs. But he also now digitally knows where his customers are. Before, his customers just used to walk by and he didn't know who they were, because he wasn't giving coupons, incentives, and and things of that nature, or he was giving it to Uber Eats and never really knew who the people were. And that's how he's increasing his business. He took inventory, got small, asked his customers what they wanted, and he's delivering.
No, I love that. There's a corollary. If you have one restaurant and you're in trouble, and I'm not going to ask you what to do, but I'll tell you some of the things I've done. And admittedly, I look at nonlinear things. You're doing a wonderful job of, and you're humbling me, because I'll try to talk in simpler terms. If the restaurant is closed and your staff is on unemployment or left, what's your second asset? And most of the smaller restaurants, the more independent and sort of the high-end independent, they don't realize they have a great hidden asset. It's the relationship they have or had with all their buyers. And a lot of the restaurateurs are there every night. So I get people to say, okay, let's figure out what you know about your buyer base, and let's see if you can collaborate with other businesses to introduce those kind of businesses to your profile of buyer base until you can open up again. The ones that are going under, my son worked for a 3-star Michelin, and he was telling me there was a bunch of them that aren't going to reopen. And I said, okay, let's see if we can get the rights to their name and their menu. So I'm just trying, I mean, I'm looking at it much more complexly. I'm liking yours better.
No, but I get it, right? You know, it reminded me of one of my guys who did that similar with the restaurant. From the small scale, what he did was he basically took his refrigeration and put it in some of the local small grocery stores because, you know, and put his meals pre-seasoned in there.
That's right.
Right. So yeah, it worked to an extent. It wasn't overwhelmingly great, but what did it do? It gave him an idea to keep doing that and start to do that with other places. I definitely love it. Yeah, and I love the idea of buying somebody's IP. You know, if you feel that, you know, is worth something. I mean, listen, I love the fact that, you know, it only took them 100 years to license out the Waldorf Astoria, you know, to build a bunch of other things. If you look at somebody like a Barney's who may be going out of business, wouldn't it be great to have a Barney's hotel, you know, instead, and license it to a hotel builder, you know what I mean, or someone who's building private residentials. And have you can see it already when I say Barney's Hotel, right? So of course, and I hopefully this is getting people to think right now, you know?
Yeah, it's great. Well, and one of the things that I've always taught, and you have to modify it, but there are many businesses that are localized that are doing very well, or doing well relative, but they have no growth aspirations. They're in Des Moines, or they're in you know, Cleveland, or they're in Miami. And if you can identify what they are, and the industries aren't even as relevant right now, and they have, see, I've been trained, Damon, on performance indices and performance methodology. If they have processes, if they have procedures, if they have systems, if they have ads, if they have anything that is a higher performing factor, and you can get the rights to use those in other places, then no matter if you don't have any money or any skill, you can go to anybody in other places that would like to perform higher, and you can make a deal with them to use those. I mean, and just, I'm giving you probably too sophisticated, but these kind of things will work if you really believe in them. And I've done it for lots of people, but it's a different way of trying to hedge yourself and get control. I love owning something is great, but control of assets and access can be as great, because you don't have the yoke of overhead responsibility. And there's a lot of people right now who are either forced entrepreneurs and they don't know what to do, and they're going to try to find something. And a lot of people, Damon, I mean, I'm an ADD person. You're dyslexic, so I'm ADD, so I go rogue. A lot of people, we have a saying: everything you do in business should have a higher viability and probability of success than failure. That's so self-evident, but if you look at what most people do, choices, businesses, approaches, strategies, how they use their opportunity cost and their capital, they make failure a higher. So I just try to say, whether you need a business, or whether you're an entrepreneur and you want to pivot, or you want to put other people in business, look at things that have a higher upside, a lower downside, and use those to generate revenue that you can then use to fund things that have maybe more speculative nature. But that's just my opinion.
No, I agree. I just want people to have, and you're saying, we're saying the same exact thing. It's how right now do you take your assets, and, you know, because we've talked now about the person who's unemployed who wants to find some way to, you know, make some money, right? We then moved on to the corporation who was finding other ways to collaborate, and then of course the restaurants or high touch areas. You know, how do these people start? I'll tell you the truth. Like, I've noticed with all the ones that I've seen that are having some relevant success, they've just picked up the phone and they have contacted. First of all, they went into their contact list, and then they went into their friends' contact list and said, who can I add value to? You could be right now, and you could be an accountant right now. Or you can be, you know, somebody who said, well, I just worked at some place and I was doing the books. But how many people right now are doing well that were never finance type of people? They don't know how to work the books. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine, she's older. She's probably about 70, and goes to a great church, has a great community. And she realized her son was busier than ever because he's an attorney. You know, attorneys are going to be cleaning up what's going on this year for the next 15 years. They are the busiest people on the planet. You know, same as people who are printing signs, right? Because everybody needs a new sign, COVID free, whatever. You're going to find a lot of pockets of industry doing well. But she found out that he was so busy, but he couldn't expand that quick. And so she started, because she's from the old school. She can stand upside down on her head with her eyes closed and still type 60 words a minute without a problem, right? And she's done that for years. So what did she do? She corralled all the other women that she was really close with in the church that used to be executive assistants and secretaries and things of that nature. And then they all went out and they're starting to help the young man's law firm, and they're making more money than ever before. And now they're the breadwinners of the house.
Great.
You know, so you don't have to think that you don't have a skill set when you can't maybe, do great TikTok videos or this and that. Or could you now get to reverse mentor? Are you somebody who is really a digital native and extremely smart? I was talking to another kid the other day. He said, since real estate is booming in some areas in New York, real estate outside of New York is booming because everybody's trying to leave, right? So what is he doing? He has a drone. He goes around for the real estate company. He goes around, he sits in his car outside. He drones houses every day, the people who want to sell their houses. He hands them over the data. He charges $100 a house to drone. He's making $3,000 a day because he has a drone, because nobody wants to come and see the house, in person. I mean, these are so many things that hopefully people are thinking about how they can, I know a couple of parents right now kicking their child in the ass going, you better get that damn drone out down the block. But, there's a lot of things that you can do.
No, it's great. And I think, one of the things you're in total alignment. You got to be able to think differently, but there is a different statement of looking opportunistically versus, looking at things from a negative or reactive point or defensive. And I think you have to really, I don't think you're going to win being totally defensive. I think there is opportunity and you got to find it, and you just have to think differently. You have to maybe take your current business and adjust it. Let's also look at companies that are doing reasonably well. What should they do?
Yeah, so first of all, they probably, a lot of companies doing reasonably well did not know that they were going to be in this position. A lot of them were doing something, I have a company that came on Shark Tank. The young man's called Moves. They have a sneaker company that you step in the sole, and then, for when you want to go in the house, you just click a button and the sole comes off and you go in the house, right? And okay, when they came on Shark Tank, I invested in them. I made the offer. I was like, this is pretty cool, because why? My wife doesn't like me wearing shoes in the house. And I also, I hate the traditional fluffy slipper. So now I get this like soft upper, and I walk in the house and I can still, I respect my wife's wishes, and I can have that sneaker on. But big corporations are calling them now saying, we have a delivery service. Men and women are coming to the house to install things. We want to buy millions of pairs of these things.
Wow.
Out of nowhere, right? So what do they have to do? Well, they have to start trying to find a way to be a B2B business, right? They have to now either go out and license a certain division of it, because you want to, of course, take and maximize this. You want to license to somebody who already was supplying to these companies, almost like a medical supply companies and a lot of other things. So you want to make a portion of your business licensing. You don't want to take on every part of your area. And everybody talking to me right now, looking at us, when we started as business people, we didn't know how to do manufacturing, distribution, financing, warehousing, clearing goods over here. Oh, sales, oh, marketing, oh. And so a lot of times businesses are doing great. They know there's others who need to be doing great, who aren't, and they should be tapping into those other things to get their tentacles out. Because now you have a symbiotic relationship, and of course, you're going to learn from them, they're going to learn from you, and hopefully you'll have really great partners, and you can cut really lean deals right now, because there are a lot of people out there that need the opportunity.
Yeah, it's great.
And I like to say one thing, Jay. Whenever I used to pitch people to be, to hopefully go to get my companies up, even my Shark Tank companies, I never pitched number one, number two. I didn't take FUBU around to Nike and Adidas and Reebok. I took FUBU around to number 20, who wants to be number one, wants to be number two.
You're right.
You know, and that's the way you got to think about it.
Yeah, no, and that's and I say this, and it's really true. You should be the solution to somebody who's bigger's problem. They just don't know what it is, and your job is to identify what that is and how you fill it, and then make that point. And I used to do the same thing. My clients would always want to try to go to the number one or two, and I'd say there's no incentive to them. You want to be the solution or the additive or the value creator for the number 5 or 7, because they're hungry. As long as they have resources, they're going to move mountains if you give them an advantage or you give them a way to really utilize what you got. The big ones, they're going to laugh at you. But I think you're absolutely right. Let me tell you a couple of things that I talk about, and I know you got limited time, but you're so valuable. I want to try to stretch your brain. So there's 5 things that I will probably talk about later, but I'll talk about them really quick because it's Rorschach. It's like ink blots. I want you to play off of them, but let me dump them on you real quick. So I look at windows of opportunity that are very ethical, but are open now, but are closing and will probably never be available at this level ever again because they have great entrepreneurial application. So the first one, and you sort of hit on it, there will never be a time in the future where companies, media, influencers, platforms are more open to doing deals, collaborations, joint ventures, partnering, rebranding, co-branding, anything. If you know how to present and package, and it can go as a two-way valve, by the way. You can take it out, you can bring it in to your business. Number 2, there's so many companies that are in trouble that may or may not make it, but they're struggling to make any money. If you can identify who they are, and by getting control of either the business or the assets, brand, the name, the URL, the buyers, the IP, the prospects, and you can consolidate it into your business if you have enough structural or infrastructural people where the integration doesn't require very much more. You can take a losing business, make it profitable. If you don't buy the liability, you can pay the owner a percentage of the profit or a buyout, but that is tied to payment on the percentage of the profit. And they both win because the owner's losing his or her ass and maybe going out of business, and it could be great. The third thing, which is really interesting to me, and you should reflect on this, if you look at the 40 million people that are out of work, it polarizes 2 ways. Huge portion are low skilled, huge portion. And that's very sad and it's heartbreaking, but for this discussion, it has to be put in the side. A surprising number, Damon, are super skilled. They were people that were at very, very important jobs, but either they can't perform the function or they were just costing too much. They're paid 200, 300, 400 grand. And their employer wanted them off the payroll. What you don't realize is those people, before they lost their job, they had what I call hard-won relationships that of trust and access to decision makers, CEOs, key people who would buy things. These people are sitting at home trying to decide, how in the hell do I compete in a world where there's 9 million of me out there and they're going to try to hammer me down in money. It's going to take time. If you can find them, which you can, because I've done this with my clients on LinkedIn, you can get them if you can show them the value, the credibility, the usefulness, and the meaning of your business. You'll get these people to make introductions to you or source opportunities to you that in a million years you could never do on your own without years of investment and loads of cash outlay. But these people need money more than you do. Again, you're the solution to their problem if you can prove it. The next one is there's probably 5 million salespeople out there that are out of work, and most of them are used to making commission or performance bonuses. I said what they're selling isn't being bought, or they can't sell what they're good at for reasons like car dealers were closed, etc. you can find them easily. But if you can have them do the other three things I talked about. You can have them target direct buyers. You can have them do all kinds of things. And the last thing that I talk about is windows of opportunity. I'm throwing this out to stimulate you and have you come back with something that's clear, because I'm probably in the ozone. It's what I call option trading, but it's not the kind of options trading that you would watch on MSNBC. It's getting control functionally of somebody's asset, access, brand, and not exercising on it until you first either pre-validate that it's profitable for you or you flip it to somebody else. Just to give you an example, I have a friend who many years ago in one of the other downturns realized that the Rose Bowl was being used for the Rose Bowl, for UCLA on Saturdays during the year and some concerts, but most of the time it was totally unused. And he realized that he could get control of this for flea markets, loads of land, could do incredible things. He negotiated a percentage and a long-term lease, renewable if they made enough, and there was no problem with the Rose Bowl. He didn't know anything about flea markets, but once he had the deal tied up, he found the largest flea market management, went to them, he got a huge cash advance plus an override. So now there's a couple of ideas. You hit on them or don't?
No, Jay, I mean, those are absolutely brilliant. And I you know, I mean, this is why, of course, you know, when I think this is a very similar situation how we even met. You know, I believe that whether you're learning from me and you know, you and I right now listening, or you're going to go out and get a digital education. By the way, you can, of course, get my Damon on Demand or so many other things. When I was going into the public light of going on to Shark Tank, I reached out to you because I realized that you have forgotten more than I have learned. Yet you were not utilizing social media. Social media wasn't big at that time. And this generation didn't necessarily, the ones who know, but this generation didn't necessarily know who you were. And I knew that basically all I was going to be doing is doing what you have done for many, many years, just on a different platform. You definitely had done TV and you definitely did books, but you were passing by empowerment and or education on other platforms. And I said to myself, this is somebody who is nowhere near as tapped into by the generations of today. The same thing you're talking about. These people who are very, very highly skilled people are not being tapped into now. And that's why I reached out to you to mentor me. And I think that the things that you're saying right now is absolutely excellent. And I'm picking up from that too, because even though I said it, tap into your Rolodex. Tap into the Rolodex of your friends. I myself, because thank God my Rolodex is so big, I haven't even been able to go out after that other side. But I may need to tell my Mauries of the world and tell my guys of the world and girls of the world, I'm tapping into you, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to go and tap into a highly skilled force, because I can drown an opportunity if I personally go out there and do it. And so just like they say about the whole story about Moses, when he was listening to so many people's problems, when he came down from the mountain, and I'm not trying to talk about religion right now, but he had whatever, 10,000 or 100,000 people. He said, I can't do that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to segment 1,000 into groups of 1,000, and all you guys and girls are going to report to this one person, tell your problem to this one person, and then all you're going to tell your person to this one person, and then 10 people will come to me. And that's the way you scale basically business and leadership. But do exactly what you're saying. And remember, so I think there's two things. There are highly skilled people that you can tap into and to have assets and contacts that never knew how to, not never knew, they never had to, or recently haven't had to tap on those assets or contact because they were in a very specific position. And right now, they're not in that position anymore. And then the other side is go after the ones you know that they may not have the assets or contacts, but they may have the access or contact, but they have assets. They are ones that they're number 20 and number 30, but they don't mind being number one. But right now, they just want to be, instead of number 20, they want to be number 16.
Exactly right.
And then they'll move up. And I got that. Listen, I'm from the hood. I'm going to tell you, as simple for the people who are not getting what I'm saying. I have this friend, Tut, he used to always say, don't go to the sexy girl at the bar. Don't go to that one. when you go into a bar? Go to the one in the corner smoking that nobody cares about. And he used to always say, I go ugly early. He used to go, remember, he used to say, remember, a 2 at 10 o'clock is a 10 at 2 o'clock. And so, so I use that in the simplistic forms, and I put it into my business, and it has worked. But someone all up. These are great ideas that you're, and things.
I want to respect you, but can I stretch you for 5 minutes more?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to honor you, but I'm going to hit on you 2 ways. I'm going to tell you something I think you'll enjoy and you can run with, but I'm going to tell you my feeble joke. I'll tell you my Moses joke. Okay.
Yeah. Got it.
Here's God. He wants to give these commandments. He goes to a Catholic person. They don't want it. He goes to a Presbyterian. They don't want it. Then he finds Moses and says, Moses, I want to give you the commandments. And Moses says, well, how much are they? And God said, nothing, they're free. And he goes, okay, I'll take 10. You can use that. Okay.
That's a dad joke. I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Here's something that I will say, and I want you to pick up on. Then I want to talk about your book real quick. And I want to talk about the really good products you and the programs you have, because you have some great ones that are very applicable. And I want people to know about them. But I tell people, if you're going to compete in the employment market, you need to do the following. Number one, you need to work not just on sharpening the saw, but there are skill sets that have been literally measured to multiply your impact. Trust building. Stephen M.R. Covey wrote 3 books on it. He's done research. If you command absolute trust, you're 300% more impactful. You can sell more. You can get more loyalty buy-in. If you're trying to sell yourself against 10,000 other people, if you convey more trust, and there's 13 characteristics. Sally Hogshead was all about how you are seen, that you can be seen in a much more desirable, positive, attractive, fascinating way, and that had a 200 or 300% differentials. Roger Love, a very brilliant guy who trains a lot of famous singers, does strategic communication, how you are heard. If you're going to compete in the employment market, you need to do that. Lastly, look at what you did in the past and break it down to the processes that were incorporated into your job function, and see if there's any way you can measure, or at least realistically, not unrealistically, quantify what you did. If you can say, I can tell you this, my performance got payables paid 30 days faster at an average of an extra $200,000 a month, or my programmers, when I ran them or when I did them, got the typical project done in 10 days less than budget instead of over. Use some denominating truth statement that makes you stand out in a comparable basis that an employer gets excited about, because they can quantify it and they can see that serving their agenda. Damon, you got any comment on that? And then we'll talk about your stuff.
No, I mean, you said it very eloquently, and I totally agree. What's in it for the person on the other side of your table? You know, you're saying, as well as what has historically worked for you, and how do you bring it to today and to other people, and show the value.
We promised you an hour. The hour is up, but if you will talk about 2 things, then you may go back to all the other demands, and I and everyone watching will be grateful. You have a book I think every one of the 10 or 12,000 people that registered, I don't know how many are on, should own and should have everybody else own. And it's called Power Shift. In my opinion, it's the finest book you've written. And I like the other ones, particularly the one that I was in. But give us the fastest or the slowest. I just don't want you to overstay your visit. Just a summary of it and why I think you need to make sure everybody gets a copy. Go ahead.
You know, sometimes I'm too close to it, and I didn't realize of writing this one and I happen to have it here, not really by mistake. I wasn't coming to promote it, but this is how it looks, right? I'm a little too close to it, and I realize now after a lot of interviews on it recently that, you know, it is for an opportune time, because obviously it took, you know, a year and a half prior to this to start writing it. And I'm dyslexic, and as we talked about, even though I joked about it, it's a serious matter. And I've written, this is my 5th book, and I've written 3 books in the last 3 years, which is a job when you are somebody who is challenged with writing and reading and expressing yourself when it comes to paper. But why did I do it? And the first book I ever wrote, I wrote because I did want people to have a calling card on me and understand that I knew the fundamentals of business. And if you didn't know my theory on how I thought of things, then there was no reason for you to believe anything I say, you know, unless you really, you know, understood where I came from. But the last 3, every time I wrote a book, the reason why I'd write another one, and I don't know if I'll ever write another one after this, just depends, is I like to hear the most commonly asked questions that I get on the streets and public engagements on social media. And if I get enough of these questions, because usually I go, oh, Damon, how to become a brand? Oh, go read The Brand Within. How do I do this? Hey, you don't need money to make money. Go read my Power Bro. Hey, how do I maximize my time? Hey, you read Rise and Grind. But if I don't have an answer, and I consistently come up and I can't tell somebody to go reflect to this, or I may say, go read Think and Grow Rich or any of Jay Abraham product, whatever, I start to compile a book. I started to hear too many people that were coming up to me. And the number one thing was, you told me how to do it without money. You told me how to maximize my day, but you know, my boss won't allow me to do it. My husband won't allow me to do it. My kids, my society, my church, or I don't have enough power. Somebody took power away from me when I got divorced. And I said, why would people ever think that power is in the control of somebody else to give to you? Like, why would you think that?
Okay.
Because nobody's going to give you power. I'm not going to come to your house, and take you off the couch and make you more powerful than me. I'm not. Now I'm greedy. So here's what I would do. If I believe that you're powerful and I'm powerful and I get with you and we become more powerful, then I'm coming to the house. Because you've obviously been doing something great at the house, coding, social media, you know, talking and finding out. So, but then I realized also, once people thought that they had power, they thought we spoiled them on Shark Tank. People believe that transactions are like Shark Tank. You get on, and in 8 minutes, you either got a deal or you don't, and it's a fierce negotiation. That is not how negotiating works. It is a 3-part process. Number 1, you have to build influence, whether you build it directly with the person that is your target, online, with another community, wherever it is, because the influence is your resume. It's always going to come back throughout the negotiation. So we're going to tap into that. Number 2 is you have to negotiate, and exactly with what you just said, Jay. What's in it for the person on the other side of the table, not what's in it for you. And you have to understand how they're negotiating. I've seen a lot of people say, well, that person didn't want to deal with me. No, you didn't ask the person the right questions. You didn't say, how can I make this easier for you? What are the obstacles in your way? Give you an example, even when writing the book, and I'll go over a couple of people I have in the book. Mark Cuban, very, very good friend of mine. I sit next to him often. I had, people on my team and around me and my ghostwriter reaching out to him, and they were like, he's not giving us an interview. He doesn't want to give us an interview. Well, no, he didn't, he's too busy. I could have said, this is my guy. What is it? When we're around each other, he's nice and friendly, but he doesn't want to give me an interview. And I've seen him on TV doing interviews before. Why can't he do it for my guy? And I could have gotten offended. I could have harbored it and said, you know what, I'll move on to another subject. No, I asked him, do you realize how Mark Cuban communicates? He does not get on the phone. He likes to text. And he will answer total strangers on text. Why don't you set up the interview through text? The interview was done in 24 hours. Because you had to realize how the person communicates, what was in their way, what's their obstacles, what's the way they do. And then the final and the most important part of negotiating is, how do you nurture the relationship after you have either done a deal or not done a deal? Because that's when the people are going to talk about you when you leave the room and what they say about you, or that's when they're going to do more deals with you or recommend you to people or not recommend you to people. And so I put in the book a bunch of different subjects, which I like to do, because when I write these books, I'm learning with you. I'm walking down the path. And I wanted to know, how can a Kris Jenner who I represented at some time in their life, how can she create a global brand with all these girls and stay true to their brand? How does Lindsey Vonn, the most winningest skier in history, men, women, how does she practice in the discipline that she has for 4 years to win over milliseconds amongst the greatest competitors on the planet? And she keeps doing it. What are the disciplines that she has when she does that? Mark Cuban or Billie Jean King. How does this woman change the face of sports and the way that women are respected in sports? Like, and then I also have everyday people. A person who, and I'm just gonna, my last story, but one of the best ones I love, a person named Crystal who worked at a university. She went on maternity leave probably about 2 years ago. And, she had a premature baby. She comes, but during the time when she was home, like all of us are now, she didn't treat it like Saturday. She learned that I have a premature baby. So how am I going to how am I going to be able to go to work and try to cut down on work there? Wait a minute, I'm going to build up my ability to understand being a virtual assistant working virtually. I'm going to learn this new platform called Zoom. I'm going to learn this. I'm going to learn that. I'm going to learn that. She goes back to the office. Hey guys, I had a premature baby. I can't afford healthcare at home. I would love to be able to work half the time from my home and, and of course the other time on site. And they were like, we love you, but the policy here won't allow us to do that. Okay, well then she goes and finds a company named Belay, and she finds out that virtual assistants are extremely valuable. She gives me 30 hours a week. Actually, after this whole thing happened, maybe 45, I need her to help train my staff. Another person 10, another person 20. She makes up the hours that she wants to work. She doesn't work for anybody she doesn't want to work for, does not have to go on the subway, does not have to get out of her house and stand next to people who she may think have COVID. And she makes more money now than she ever made before because she created that power shift 2 years ago because she wanted to add more value to her employer, but instead had that it turned around and added more value to her. It's a power shift, and we all have to make it now more than ever before.
The book is exceptional, and it's broken into some really, really, not just thought-provoking, but action-inducing, and it has relevancy to any of you in any facet. He didn't intentionally know this was going to happen, but I think everybody should have a copy, and Power Shift, you can get it anywhere. All right, last 2 questions and 1 epilogue. Tell us quickly, you have some cool products and programs. Tell us quickly about them and where somebody could check them out, okay?
Well, first of all, I try to do as many of these as I can as possible to educate people, so obviously you can check out all my books, but you can see me on Shark Tank. You can see me on my Instagram. My name is spelled like Raymond, but with a D. So I'm at The Shark Damon, and every Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern and Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, I do other interviews like this where with esteemed people, and I'm sure, Jay, I'm going to be asking you to be on there when time permits. So those are ways that you can get a hold of some of the stuff that we're talking about. And I do have a digital course. It's called Damon on Demand. You can go to damonondemand.com. Or you can, and that digital course, I'll break it down. It is 8 hours of everything you want to know about business, because it's so hard to find all this stuff in one place, but it is how to find funding, when do I find funding, how to create a business plan, how to master my pitch, what is my target audience, should I advertise on billboards or should I advertise on social media? Should it be social media or should it be magazines? Should it be flyers? Should it be, cold calling, right? So it gives you all these things, and these are for not only entrepreneurs, but it's also for people who have well-established businesses have been using these things. So it's 8 hours. It's a digital course. You can bookmark things. You can go back to things. You can even also, you can buy it for your staff. If you have a staff who you feel needs to be more entrepreneurial, and we can make it where you can then look and see how long were they on the program. Where did they take all 8 hours? Did they bullshit you and did 1 hour, and then they're still complaining to you about how come they can't do anything at work? So we do those things, but Damon on Demand is my most intensive one. But again, through all the other platforms, if you happen not to be able to afford those things, then catch me on Facebook or Instagram or Shark Tank, just giving out as much information as I can.
Last question, and you know that I adore you, and I'm always humbled by the clarity and the scope. What one last thought, if there is one, would you like to leave, knowing there's this broad spectrum that you can literally help people, haunt them positively with a realization that is certainly positive, but not rah positive, that will help them maybe get the most out of everything you've shared in the last hour. And we're very grateful. I'm grateful for them, and I'm grateful for having you in my life.
And thank you, Jay. I can only talk to you personally about it. Listen, this week I've been having an extremely rough week, personally, and not necessarily because many things change. It's just that I'm like everybody else. I'm going through the fog. I'm waking up saying, "Is this thing over?" I'm then looking outside saying, "Oh, this thing looks great," but then realizing that the only true fact we know is that there is no vaccine and will not be a vaccine for a year and a half. And we know that there is a deadly disease or deadly flu that is killing people. That's the only fact we know. So now you have to take in consideration how much are you willing to risk of yourself or your loved ones. And, I live a very fortunate life, but like I said, I moved out of New York City where, I'm born and raised and I love. And my wife and I were talking about sending the baby back to school and various other things. And as much as I want my company up and running and I want to physically go back on the road and see people speaking, I asked her, I said, do we want our 4-year-old daughter, 10 years from now saying, I had to bury my parents because they wanted to go out to have fancy dinners. They couldn't just sit their ass in one of their nice homes, right? So I'm telling you all this to say that I'm taking what's going on very seriously. Now, where is the upside of that? This is a whole clean new slate out there, and you're able right now to really reflect on what's your why. Why do you go to that job? Have you been doing this because you think society thinks you should do it? Did you have parents that grew up in a different day and age and say, this is exactly what our family does or successful people do? Do you understand why you're doing what you're doing? And right now, reset it. And I'm not saying burn all bridges. Pay whatever you can, do whatever you got to do to keep the lights on and take care of your family first. But take that 20% of your time or that 10% of your time and invest in educating yourself where you want to go, or looking at making that move to Bali, or I don't give a shit where you want to go, or saving the sea turtles. Like, how do you start right now? This is the best time to put a little bit more into your dreams while you educate yourself on what to do now. And like I said, this thing is already here. It's not necessarily going away. So how do you look at, okay, now what are the opportunities and what do I do out there? But just be very, very careful about how you do it. And remember, do it for yourself. Don't do it for anybody else. If you're not happy yourself, you're not going to be very happy as a boss, an employee, a husband, a wife, a son, a daughter, a grandfather, grandmother. I mean, it can corrode you. And entrepreneurs and everybody right now, talk to somebody. Make sure you have somebody in your life you can talk to. Because the unfortunate part about being an entrepreneur and now being somebody who works for an entrepreneur is, as an entrepreneur, you can't tell anybody your problems because you're supposed to walk on water and everybody's supposed to tell you their problems. And remember, if you had a staff and you tell people, all your staff, your problems, sooner or later your staff's gonna be like, holy shit, this person is crazy. I don't think this person's gonna be around much. I better get another job somewhere, right? So you can't tell me your problems. Then at home, you're financially stressed. You always are. Right? You're always dealing with finance and the family and the house, and and you're overworked and things of that nature. And everybody thinks you walk on water. But tell people your problem, because right now mental illness is going to go at an all-time high. We've seen it with Kate Spade and Anthony Bourdain way before something like this so destructive happened. So please talk to people and talk to the right people. Don't talk to the people who always say, I told you shouldn't have done that. Find the people around you who are going to say, well, did you do it the right way? Could I have helped you? Is there any other way we could do it? Hey, I don't know if you should quit doing that. I think that you may be on something. How did you feel about when you did it? I was so proud of you when you did it. Find those people. And those are the little nuggets that I can share, because I'm just as, confused and lost and dazed about where we're going over this next year and a half. But I'm here, and I'm here to keep trying to hopefully educate you and talk to you out there, and learn from people like Jay and Joe Polish and all these crazy guys that I know that are brilliant. So that's all I can say. Talk to people, take inventory, be careful out there. We know this thing is gonna be over with. This is not like a world war. Like Jay, what did you call me and say? The 47 times in the history since the Declaration of Independence was signed, there's been a major event, whether an assassination of a president, a world war, or Spanish flu. We know, at least in this instance, this is not like World War II, where there was somebody with bad intentions trying to take over the whole world. We know that a year and a half, it's going to be gone. We're going to be okay. So just prepare yourself, and that is the light at the end of the tunnel to me.
Yeah, great. You've been very gracious. I appreciate it. And as I'm sure everyone does, take care and the best to your family. And thank you.
All right. Love you, Jay.
Yeah, me too, back. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Damon. Jay, I'm sure that like me, everybody else is scrambling to finish up their notes, because that was just a powerful segment. And
very wonderful man. And he is very authentic. I met him literally 10 years ago, and Shark Tank was just starting out, and he and I just found him thoroughly authentic, and I was able to get a lot of people to advocate to their audiences to see Shark Tank as the ultimate family entrepreneurial endeavor to teach people how to think critically, and their ratings went up, and geez, he's explosive. But his books are really good. His books are worth buying. Now, we went over, but I think it was more than worth it. I want, with your permission, to do something for about 7 minutes, and I'm going to do it with your permission, hopefully, because I know some of you will leave, and I hope you don't, because I have the really good stuff coming, and it's not titillating. I just like to start with the premise and then get into more powerful stuff, including the Q&A, because I have been asked by so many people for so long in the last 6 or 7 weeks to figure this out. We created something very modest to try to help everybody. It's not what I normally do. My basic day job is we get 6 figures for a day, and we get $5,000 to $50,000 for our programs. But I was asked by a lot of people, so I put together something that I think is very, very super appropriate and enormously not just valuable, but it's a propellant that can really provide clarity, performance enhancement, profitability. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it for about 6 minutes. Then we're going to take a break. Then we're going to get into Q&A. Then we're going to get into, I got a huge PowerPoint. Then we're going to get into more Q&A. And at the end, I'll tell you a lot more, but I'm going to introduce it now, and I hope you'll tolerate that. We try really hard to make everything we do so rich with not just content. We don't want to be your intellectual entertainment. There's far too many people out there doing that. I try with everything I do, and this is not my strong suit, technical problems and everything else. We're trying to make a difference. We're trying to give you answers, and we're trying to do it in a really interesting way that spans all these different gamuts. And for all of you, if you're an existing entrepreneur, think about all the people that need to become ones. If you understand how to help them get into things without any real investment or risk, you can partner with a lot of people, build a portfolio for yourself with, the real downside is managing, motivating, but you can give them that kind of opportunity and really create for yourself a little mini empire while benefiting. The greatest thing about adversity opportunities and downturn turnarounds are they're usually bringing greater value benefit to the other side, outsized to what you're getting. But if you're in a business, the things we'll be talking about are great. So real quickly, if we have the slides, let me do it just going to introduce it to you in case you're going to leave. And I hope maybe I'll provoke you to stay, because I don't do these things often. This is the first time I've created something like this, and the element I'm going to talk about is something that I created just to make it almost irresistible for anybody that needs my help. So I made a slide because I wanted to. I'm not into really discussing my products and programs, but I'm just going to give you the introduction. So let me see what you got there, guys. I see blank blue. And hopefully there's more, because I won't be able to do it with a blank blue screen. Anything else, or is that all?
So
we
I
got?
think I think Michelle was hoping to coordinate with you, but let
She
hold
finding
on a
it?
second.
Yeah,
Let's.
no problem. Here, technical stuff. It just see the good news about us. We're authentic. We're flawed. We got pimples and all. That's okay. Warts and all.
Do you want to do a quick break and then come back and coordinate with Michelle so that we're all in this? Wait, I keep getting a flicker here, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, if we don't have it, I guess we have to. We can't find it.
I think we can find it. I just think that there's a switch happening that
Why don't
may
we
take
do
a minute.
this? Why don't we take everybody a fast 7-minute break, and we'll come back if we can find. I'd like to introduce this because I want to program it for you, and it's very modest and it's very expansive. It's a lot, and it's not priced to be very much because I don't think that taking a lot of your money right now. I think helping you make money is what you really need. But I'll introduce it when we come back, and I will, in the meantime, go get myself some water. But I have a lot more I want to try to share, and then I do want to do Q&A for all of you. But I want to give you context, because asking me questions before I give you this expansive way of thinking, doing, and show you all these other elements that are within your power to make anything you're doing make you more money, produce more profit, give you more certainty, give you more sustainability. Any question you ask before that is going to be suboptimal, but we'll take a 7-minute break, okay?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone. So this time our video is a little shorter from the mentoring track. So I'm just going to leave the Zoom call open for about 2 minutes. Let everyone take a quick break for whatever you need. About 2 minutes from now, I'm going to start a 5-minute mentoring video to give you guys a taste of that new program Jay is offering. And then at the end of that video, we'll go back to Jay. So everyone take a break for about 2 minutes and just be listening out for the video to start shortly. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, it's been 2 minutes. I'm going to share the 5-minute lead-in video, and after this video, we'll be back to Jay. So enjoy.
This is a quickie, but it's true. This is how Home Shopping Network got started. The founder of Home Shopping Network was a very, very, I would almost say unsuccessful, well, let's call him moderately successful small town radio station owner. And he had great difficulty selling advertising. And he ended up taking oftentimes merchandise in trade for advertising. He has all this merchandise, electric can openers, pots, pans, TVs, you name it. He's got to do something with it. So on weekends, he would have auctions and sales where he would just sell the merchandise on the radio station. And it was amazingly popular, and he sold everything. And it gave him the idea, first of all, of syndicating the concept with many, many other radio stations, and that kept working. And as it kept multiplying, he started basically making deals with TV stations where they would basically do the same thing for him on weekends. And he just created home shopping backwards by replicating this accidental mechanism or methodology or strategy that he'd use just to keep his head above water in the small time radio station that he owned. It's fascinating how you can take a concept and scale it out, but you can't do it if you don't have the mindset to expand, if you don't have the ability to think about what's possible, not what's not possible, if you don't constrain or constrict your mindset. The one thing that has probably denominated my success more than anything is I've never, ever limited my thinking about what was possible. I've always tried to look at everything from vantage points, from applications, from implications that no one else looked at. I always wanted to know, what is no one else seeing? Where's the opportunity? Where's the last mile no one's recognizing? Where's the reuse? Where's the sunk cost that can be repurposed? Where's the leverage, the upside leverage in this transaction, in this business, in this situation? Who's not seeing it? Who has more to gain by using this, by doing this differently than even the person doing it? How can I put myself right in the middle of the transaction, pardon me, and make as much, if not more, than either side? If you don't start thinking that way, you'll never really perform that way. Part of my skill, my ability, my advantage is that I have forced myself to travel broad and wide in industry after industry. What I encourage you to do, if you want really to achieve greatness in business, in entrepreneurship, in wealth creation, in deal making, is force yourself to continually expand your understanding of other industries, how they operate, how they monetize, their revenue systems, their value propositions, their distribution channels. When you understand the more scope and depth and dimension of commerce representing all kinds of different industries, you end up having the ability to do what's called pattern recognition, to take an idea, an application, a concept from one industry and translate it to others that have never seen it. Sort of the one-eyed man in the land of the blind. You get great advantage. And what business is all about is you gaining maximum ethical advantage and your competitors gaining maximum ethical disadvantage. You can't do that if you're not disciplined to think differently about everything, to look at the prism of possibility, not the prison, but the prism. So it's a kaleidoscope. Think about that, and we'll talk when we talk next. Thank you.
All right, everyone, I hope you enjoyed that. There's plenty of stories and case studies and bedtime stories and all manner of content from Jay that he's refilmed brand new for you guys on Abraham University. If you enjoy that, there's a lot more to come. So with that said, we're back from our break. It's been 7 minutes, and I give it back to you, Jay. Jay, we can't hear you.
Keith, I'm here. I'm just finishing something, a little technical thing. Give me 2 minutes, everybody, and then we'll be right back on. I've just got 2 minutes.
All right.
Okay, I am here and you are here and we're all back. And for all you that had trouble, because I looked at my own personal text, a bunch of my colleagues that couldn't get on, and I apologize. And it's not anybody's fault. It's just the systems. I did something for someone else a couple of months ago, and we had, I don't know, 800 or 900 people who were confirmed, and it blew up, and we got 20 we were able to save back. So please know that we are grateful. Please know we did this for you. Please know that anything I offer is being offered to help you. Please know that I try to bring quality perspective. And Damon, I'm thrilled. He's just a very quality thinker. And the best thing about having contradictory or complementary perspective is it opens your paradigm, makes you think differently about your situation, your opportunity, your place in the business cosmos. I'm going to introduce this because I want you to know about it in case you're going to leave, and I want to program it in your mind because you're going to think, how can I do this? So I'm going to tell you the origin, and then I'm going to tell you about it, and I'm going to tell you. I'm going to see how they set it up because I have it articulated a certain way, but I'm not sure because I didn't look at the final slide. So in thinking about all this, long before we decided to do this, I said to everybody, okay, let's try to create for everybody that spans all these different scenarios, forced entrepreneurs, startups, stuck, stagnant, successful, something that had universal appeal and that people could borrow both ways. As I said, if you're a successful business, you could take all these things that would help startups that I'm giving you, and you could literally put other people into it, keep 70% and have a portfolio. If you need to pivot, this has got help. If you're already a successful business, it'll be great. If you're starting a business, what I'm about to tell you about is going to give you such performance enhancement and such accelerated and high probability profitability that it'll be great. And again, I'm going to introduce it. We can talk extensively about it at the end, but I'm going to let you know about it now, and then I'll take the gloves up. So I created something that I call the Prosperity Pathways Turnaround System. Long words, but it's designed to be self-explanatory. It's going to help you gain more prosperity in many different ways and turn around the downward trend this crisis, this downturn has created for everyone else. My premise is it need not create that for you. Next. Oh, geez. I got to put on 2 pairs of glasses. It takes what I do for the high-priced private clients, and we do have very, very high-priced clients. And it translates the key strategies, concepts, and it simplifies and turns it into a manner your business can implement immediately. And I take things that I've just introduced, and I'm not introducing them to tease you. It's just I got such depth. Everything I talk about, I've done hours on, and I have taken it to sublime. I've explained it. I've analogized it. I've given implications, applications, case studies, illustrative examples, but you can't do that even in 4 hours when you're covering a spectrum of thinking that you need to instill and install. So I shift your mindset. So I'm trying to do that for you. And I've taken stuff we've done, very expensive stuff, and tried to integrate it into something that anyone could afford. And it really helps you get your business going and growing, your business, not just surviving, but thriving, but it gets you cash flow and profit improvements right away for no more investment or risk. Next. Yeah, the goal system, get your business or get your new or existing business going and growing, I should say, instantly, rapidly, and sustainingly with no risk or no investment. Next. Goal of the system to turn you from a tactical thinker into a strategic, preemptive marketing and monetizing machine. And I'm not trying to be hypey, but that's what you are. You want to be a machine that sees opportunity, that puts in play, sustainable, expandable, ever multiplying systems that keep accessing the market, multiplying their value, increasing and maximizing the profitability. And if you don't know how to do it on your own, you'll never do it. I do know how to do it. I've done it very honestly and all in modesty for tens of thousands of very successful, many well-known entrepreneurs. I'm proud I do stuff with Tony Robbins. We did Entrepreneur Magazine. We did Icy Out. We do Dave Asprey with Bulletproof Coffee. Geez, Planet Fitness was modeled after my stuff. I mean, on and on. But the point is that this is real stuff. I think your business will be so benefited and enriched by, and it's an accessible way to get you a transference of the expensive and exclusive stuff that I do privately. Next. The purpose of this system is very important, the method to my madness. I wanted to make your business or your products or services preeminent. And if you're not studied it, I'll introduce a little of it, but it's like elevating you to a stature that is defensible, it's preemptive, it's above the maddening crowd. That's where you need to operate, into that exponential zone of importance. The only viable choice the consumer can make in whatever the product service category, whether it's your low priced, high priced niche. If you don't have advantage, absolute advantage, you're not going to win. And I said to somebody on an interview, if you don't know the game you're playing and you don't know the rules to win, you're not going to win, you're going to lose. I want you to play a game only you can win to the fullest. And that's what we're doing. Go ahead. Purpose of the system, to instill and install in you the ability to masterfully structure joint ventures, power partnering, endorsements, no investment, no risk, asset acquisitions that I alluded to earlier. And it gets really deep into that. We had one person who took what I'm going to tell you about, and he grew his company, I think 500% in a year and a half to about 60 million for no risk or investment. And he used this particular aspect to create 14 different, I guess I'd call them partnerships that everyone else put the money up, and he just followed what I taught him. And we have, I think, in this program, his case study with the list all 13 ways he did it. Next. The purpose of the system to get you out thinking, out performing, out marketing, out innovating, out earning your competition by shifting dramatically the way you look at everything. Next. The purpose of the system is to move your business from an asset resource limited enterprise into an unlimited resource profit and prosperity powerhouse. I don't normally even try to sell my own things, and this one is trying to sell something that's as close to no cost as I'm ever going to do. But I thought if I do it, you'll know that for me to go out of my way and be very uncomfortable about it, but try to do it with integrity, it's because I believe it has so much benefit and advantage. And if I told you what I'm trying to achieve with it, at least if you don't go forward, you'll understand what you need to do for yourself and find it somewhere else, but be searching for it. And if you didn't buy the replay, even if you only buy it so you have this list and the other things that you need to know, because if I help you, then we're going to basically make darn certain that these things happen. If I don't help you, then you better make darn certain they happen for you through some other actions and paths. Next. The purpose of the system is to help you find the best profit and prosperity opportunities in this downturn. And best means the highest probability of winning, the most profitable for the time, effort, risk, the most enduring, the ones that either have the most sustainable cash flow or build asset value that isn't, it gives you exit or at least wealth creation. Next. Geez, that one's hard to read. The purpose of the system is to turn your business world into a 3D movie. That's what I've been privileged. I look at the whole world as a 3D movie, with you being the only one in the field who has the glasses to see the opportunities, to see the connections, to see the possibilities, and then to seize them. Next. Geez, I probably told him to do it with italic, but it doesn't work very well on the blue. The purpose of the system is to distill and make irresistibly affordable to you my normally $120,000 a day expertise, my intellectual property, my strategies, my mindset, and my methods. And we don't do a lot of one days anymore. I have clients that pay me $30,000 to $50,000 for me to give a couple of sessions a month. That's true. I have maybe 10 people a year that come for 120 grand, but the only reason all these people pay that is because I've distilled what I know down to some very powerful forms. Damon is right. I like high, complex phraseology because I like precise communication, and I like people to have to work up to looking it up so they know that there's meaning behind everything and it just doesn't superficially fly, because I want to not be intellectual entertainment. I want to move you catalytic. I want to be your catalyst that moves you to a higher action, impact, transaction, and result. Next. What does my prosperity pathway system entail? I could stop there and you go, no, tell me, Jay, I need to know. Now you got me all stimulated. So I'll tell you what I put together into a system. Go ahead. Next slide. It's got 4 parts. 4. Okay, next slide. This is fun. First part is a 3-session accelerator, quick start, live 90-minute clinic with me. I can't do what I want with everybody here with the whole spectrum. But if I know who you are and I know a little bit about you, I can do 3 sessions of interaction where we do Q&A, we do problem solving, we do paradigm modifying. We do a lot of things that are squarely geared towards what's happening now. And it would be an extension of what I'm doing here or an expansion depending on what resonates the most. And also at each time we do it, this is a dynamic process. It's not static. It's changing constantly, where everything's opening up, but we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if people are going to come in. We don't know if people are going to be comfortable. We don't know what they're going to buy. We don't know what they're going to not buy. And we need to make sure that we have dynamic strategies that conform and what's the word I want to use? Conform and capitalize on what is happening and are protected and are not basically falling into the rut of thinking historically. So it needs to be changed. So that's what you get are 3 of those right away, and they're live and they are with me. Next. Geez, I got to change my type. Before each session, every participant submits their business's biggest problem, issue, challenge, untapped, underperforming opportunity. And we give you a template for being able to identify. This was funny. I was on a program this morning with some very high level super achievers. I don't need to identify them. And we ask, okay, what are your questions and problems? And only about 10% posed them. And I got not mad, but I said, look, your business performance is the sum total of your ability to identify the problems that are constraining you, the issues that are providing friction, the challenges you don't even know how to get around, and the opportunities you're either partially fulfilling or don't even know how to fulfill, and posing them so you can break the rigidity. You can break out of the miasma, and you can basically figure out how to overcome whatever restrictions are holding you back. If you can't even identify what they are, there's no chance of winning. So this is designed to get you to identify what they are. Everyone has problems, challenges, issues, opportunities. If you don't know what they are, one of the things you're going to learn is how to think deeply, critically, and consequentially, meaning this action produces this result. Action, reaction, cause, effect. Why am I not doing this? I need to do this. Most people are operating so superficially, they don't even know how to identify problems, challenges, issues. You can't know what they are. How are you going to fix them or eliminate them or improve them? And how are you going to mine all these opportunities either for the first time or better? Next, we pick out the most universal and most unique questions out of the submissions and we address them. That usually is the most effective. 80% I've found when you get a group together have very relatable questions, issues, challenges, and then 20% are very unique. And by addressing both the unique and the universal, we cover a spectrum very rapidly and efficiently, and it lets me go deeper. Next. Listening to everyone's challenges and answers, solutions, resolutions, and action strategies. Next. I want to see what I address the most. I said that. Okay. Normal. Okay. So let me go back one, please. My bad. So when you listen to all these, it expands your paradigm. When I'm able to draw out, what did you get out of this? Not just what's their problem and me giving them an answer, but then going around the room and having random people tell us and tell everyone else what they got out of it, how they're going to apply it. It multiplies your scope and the expanse of options and possibilities. You'll be able to adapt and adopt your business quantum ways. Next. We're almost done. So I addressed all, okay. So normally priced at $2,000. Oh, that, yeah. If I were charging, I'm sorry, I haven't looked at this. I just arbitrarily, I mean, I charge people $2,000 for a call. I charge people $30,000 to privately do it. I thought, what would I charge if I did a big group this way for $3,000? It would be $2,000, and that's probably low, but I wanted to put some price on it. Go ahead, next. I didn't know what that meant. Part two is I did a program that was epic. It's called Reshaping Your Business. And it took all the things that I've started to introduce, all the things I'm going to introduce, all the things, strategic alliance, and it took each one deep. It was 6 months, twice a month, 2 hours each time, me explaining, people going out and applying, them coming back and reporting, me either course correcting or replacing or enhancing. And you're going to get all of that as one part of this that will give you the ability to take every facet of your business, on the revenue side, on the profit side, on the marketing side, on the strategy side, and really figure out how to masterfully improve it, integrate it, add it. And it's a really cool program. And we sold it and still sell it for $5,000. And it's really rich. You don't have to listen to it over 6 months, but it was conducted over 6 months, so you can see people going out and applying things. You can listen to it over a weekend and it will transform you. Next. Part 3 is 1 month paid membership in the all new mastermind mentoring group. That's what we're talking about here. And it's every day you're getting a different daily dose of profit prescription or paradigm perspective or a different way of looking at the human condition or a different connectivity from me and it's designed to be your, I call it your masterful thinking partner. And it's very unique and it's very different, but I believe you need a thinking partner to be there for you on a daily basis until you get yourself to a better place. We created it to start originally in the normal environment because all this happened. We keep that so when you start, you get introduced to all the things I was going to do, but then we start a whole new cycle of daily doses of profit prescriptions that are totally designed to be applicable to this. And then we also give you all kinds of other things, but we're buying you the first month. And if you want to go on, we'll give you a huge discount. It may be on here, may not, but it's something that I've not done before. But every day I have a perspective that I shared, sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes. Okay, we did that. Next. This is purposely designed to provide, I already said that, your own champion, advocate, fan in me, so that you have somebody that is really rooting for your success and is not just rooting for it on the sidelines, but he's every day giving you different progressive dimension, layering and layering. And if you know what Kevlar is that's in a bulletproof vest, it's just layer upon layer of protection that lets nothing negative come through. And I'm trying to be that through this. It's really interesting, and it's an experimental program I've never done before, but every day you'll get a different profit prescription, a daily dose. Next. 5 days a week. I talked about that. Plus a 14-day boot. Yeah, there's a 14-day boot camp that gets your mind, and it's normally $247 a month. Go ahead, next. Plus you get my unique, this is really cool. I do a lot of experimental programs, and I did one time only. It was only 13 weeks. But every week for 13 weeks, I gave participants one very, very disarmingly unique action to take that would shift the way they think, the way they look at life, the way their mind works. And I called it do something different. And we would give them, for example, if your protocol is you get up, you go to the bathroom, you take a shower, you have your coffee, you read the paper, you get in your car, or you get dressed after that, excuse me, better do that. Get in your car when you can get in your car, go to work. We'd have you do the opposite. You'd still go to the bathroom, of course, but we'd have you get dressed first. We'd have you, if you're going to go to work, don't drive the same way. Go on the side streets. We want to get you into different environments where you have to think about things, observe things different, because that's what got me to be the person I am, forced by a lot of mentors to look at everything differently. So that's the fourth part. Next. You teach you how to see connections, implications, opportunities, possibilities. And this is normally $2,500. Next. The Prosperity Downturn Turnaround System has been purposely created by me to help every entrepreneur, no matter where you are on the continuum, really enhance and achieve monumental performance advantage. Advantage is the key to everything. If you don't have advantage, you have disadvantage. Next. If you enroll in each one, it's about $10,000, and that's probably undervaluing it, but it's at least 10 grand. But I want to make sure that you have the greatest turnaround performance advantage possible. So next slide. I'm getting tired myself. It's being offered to you right now for $19.97 for all 4 parts, all of them. The mentorship, the reshaping your business, the do something different mindset shift, and also most importantly, probably the 3-part interaction with all kinds of Q&A at a deep level. Next. And if cash flow is hard, I'm more interested in helping you. Believe me, this isn't a big profit maker, but if I can help a lot of you through the morass, and a lot of you really do a great turnaround, you'll be able and motivated to want to do some much more serious things with us at much more lucrative prices to us and much more expansive ways I can help you. And you should be wanting to do it because you'll be paying for it out of hopefully a portion of the profit that all this makes you. And I think I'm going to turn you into a much more formidable marketer, a much more sophisticated strategist, a much more masterful deal maker, partnering master, deep, expansive, nonlinear, 3D thinker. And if I do, you're going to basically come back with a vengeance, and you're going to do so great no matter where you are. Next. Plus, if you love your first month's mentorship, I already said that. Next. They'll discount it for you thereafter. They'll take $100 off. And the reason is it's pragmatism. We're not altruistic. I mean, you go, oh, it never goes. I don't believe when everyone just cuts price. It's selfish. If I invest more in you right now than you have to invest in me, and you're worth that investment, meaning you take action, you don't just sit and don't download anything and don't read anything and don't watch anything and don't listen to anything and don't think about anything. If you take action, that investment, my investing basically $8,003 in you, if you'll invest $197 or $19.97 in me, it's going to pay off massively, because you're going to reinvest in me tens of thousands over the future, because I'll make you many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, hopefully millions. So it's a very well-reasoned strategy on my part, but it does assume you'll do your part. Next. Finally, if you're a pre-startup or an entrepreneur eager to add one or more new businesses to your portfolio, or put other aspiring entrepreneurs into business that require no investment and no major risk on their or your part, you can add, we've got a really fabulous program called Creating Your Own Business Success. I think it's got 8 or 10 different categories. It shows you all the different ways you or somebody you'd put into business can start and produce a successful result for no risk, no effort. And it gives you a lot of different optionalities and gives you the ways to enhance success and minimize downside. Next. I'm almost done. It's normally $2,000, and it's a great deal. I think we put it actually on the market for $4,000, but we normally sell it for half price because it's not what I normally do. But I did it for a client in Japan. It became a bestseller. All these young people who'd never been in business started starting businesses and getting success. So we took and modified it for US applications. Very good. Next. Did I say how much it is? Go back. Yes, $6.99 more. And it's just enough that you're taking it seriously. And then there's a link you can go to. Where is it? jayabraham.com, jayabraham.com/special, jayabraham.com special. I'm done. Let's go on with the show. Okay. Hello.
All right, Jay. All right, Jay. So we have several questions that have been submitted.
Good. Let's do that. And then I've got a huge amount of content I want to continue. And thank you for your indulgence. I have always seen myself more as an elevated advisor, a masterful thinking partner, a very high level mentor. And it's always been something I'm not very skilled or comfortable at advocating for my own products or services. Sincerely, I'm not. When I do Tony Robbins and people are paying $300,000-$400,000, he does it for me. So if that was a little awkward, I'm sorry, but I'm very passionate about wanting to make a difference in your lives, your businesses, no matter where you are on the continuum. So I hope that time and that message had impact. And again, the reasons I did it, the purpose behind it, you should focus on. If you didn't get the replay, you should get the replay, because just to look at the slides and the purpose and indelibly embed it in your mind. Okay, give me the questions.
The first question I got was from Manny, and
the answer, I'm a psychic. The answer is yes. Next.
Well, let me read the question here. He says, "Hi, Jay, from Miami. About referrals being one of the most important profitability factors of a business. Yes. When you start an online business from scratch, what is considered a good approach? Setting up a referral system and sending ads until there's some sort of tipping point where profitable referrals to offset the ad costs, or something else?"
Yeah, something else. Is that the answer? When you go, all right?
No. I'm just kind of opening the floor. So,
all right. And there's static on your end. That's bad. I don't
Oh,
know.
thank you.
Yes. So it's Manny, right?
Yes.
So Manny, if you're going to start a new business from scratch and there's no validation and you're going to have to go in the open market and compete against everybody and pay, what everyone else pays for Facebook or search or whatever you're going to do, Google, I don't know where you're going to go. I would suggest that instead of that, you don't do referrals first. You make sure whatever product or service you're going to offer can be demonstrated to someone as being a better value for whatever the price or the market position you are taking it to. And once you can do that, you find other people who can be strategic partners, online, offline, podcasters, platforms, media, and you sell them on promoting the product for you. And in the beginning, you might actually, depends on whether it's a one-time sales or it's a high repeat sale or it has a lot of other products or services that come in. I would be very overly generous in the beginning to stimulate them to want to work with you, even if you gave them the lion's share of the profit. Because once you bring buyers in and get a critical mass, now you can do your own referral generation, but you can also add, as I said earlier, many more products to the process, and in doing so, make a lot more money on the back end. But I wouldn't try to just do it from scratch unless it's the only thing you had possible. If you're a fabulous copywriter, if you have an amazing original product or service, then go at it. But if not, I would do what I said. Next. Brian, can't hear you.
There we go.
Okay. You're off again. You're off again. You're off. You're on. You're okay. Now say it again.
Okay. I'm trying to cut out that static for when I'm over talking you.
I mean, I'm do the best. Go ahead.
So the next one's from Jeff Wilson. He says, long time no see. You inspired me in my business. It's growing his client's business, doubling and tripling in 2 to 5 years. He says, yeah, on a good day, he's a mini J. And what he's looking for is what and who do you recommend as the best kind of strategic alliance, strategies, partners?
For what? I mean, that's too, and I'm not trying to be rude, Jeff. It's too macro of a question. I mean, I deal in specifics. I can give you macro, but I mean, I can just say somebody with integrity, somebody's got the market you want, somebody who's willing to do more than one, communication, somebody who's got incredible trust, somebody whose market already is high probability, high viability to buy your product or service, something like that. Go ahead.
Okay.
You want to get specific, I'll give them a better answer.
Let's see.
I'm going to come back to it and move on.
Let's see.
Jeff, can you give us more specific? I just don't know what you want to know. I mean, if I'm going to tell you what the generic or the specific kind of partner is, I need to know what we're trying, what the outcome is, what we're selling, what we want, to who do we want to reach. It's too abstract for me. If we do these other private ones, I'll make you guys get very granular and very specific and concrete, and girls, because I can't help you to the maximum if I have to operate in a macro sort of a tunnel. But let's go to a next one, because Brian,
yeah. So Jeff, type in that specifics as another question down below, and I'll get back to it. The next one comes from Eliza, and it's kind of an integration question. Right. She's currently making 10 to 25% on commissions on sales at a hospice and home health business, and she's also developing ones on her own to sell, which gives her a higher
what?
I believe hospice and home health businesses.
So, but okay, well, give me your question.
Okay, so knowing the industry, how do you go about on an expert level? What would you create or a way to integrate all of various kind of profit streams? So operating a hospice business, developing a hospice business, and selling hospice business sales.
Well, the mistake people make is trying to do a lot of things at the same time. I have difficulty with that. you got to start one thing. You've got to be able to figure out whether it is expandable, scalable, sustainable. If it is, you get it to a point where it's cash flowing, and then you reinvest in somebody who manages and runs it. And every time you get something started, first of all, there's two distinctions in all business activities. It's either complying with your strategy, it's super strategic, or it's a screaming opportunistic area. Anything in between is a waste. So if you can't do something that is expandable, sustainable, and if somebody else manages it, there's enough money in either the residual or the expansion in residual value that it's worth it, you shouldn't be doing it unless you're just starting out and you need the money. The only time you do anything opportunistic that deviates from that is if there's a one-time activity that if you hit on it, it's so lucrative, it'll put a pot full of money in your pocket that you can use to fund more expansion. So the first thing is you can start it, but don't even start it unless you've got a clear path in a clear and non-dangerous way to take whatever it is you're starting, and you know there's enough either expandability and sustainability. If there isn't, then it's not going to get you anywhere. It's not strategic, it's tactical. If there is, your job, if you're that good at doing three things, you should be the strategist, the progenitor of the ideas, and every time you get them to enough of a level, they will sustain a salary or a base and an upside participation for someone else running it. You want to put it into somebody else and then do something else. But that's the only way you're going to grow it. If you try to grow it by spinning plates on a stick, you're never going to get ahead. Next question.
Arego submitted, what are the steps associated with finding a new product or service that can add to his existing business that results in residual income and not just exchanging dollars for hours?
Yeah. Okay. All of you, not for me, but if you get part in this system, which I hope you will, because it's almost, I mean, it does cost, $2,000 or $2,700, but geez, it'll give you a lot more. But ask questions that are more concrete. When I get macro questions, it puts enormous pressure on me to try to be explanatory, but it's very difficult because I don't know what I'm dealing with. So you want to know, again, how to add products that what, Brian?
That add residual income and not just exchanging dollars for hours.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you think about it, residual income emanates from a couple of things. Something that is consumed and needed to reuse. That oftentimes is service over product. I made some great, not mistakes, but directional errors in my early career by focusing on just helping businesses and making a lot of money, but not getting participation in repetitive, residual, recurring income streams. If you can be focused, no matter what you do, on adding recurring income streams that will work harder and longer for you than you work for them, that's very smart. But you can't just do them. And this is critical, consequential thinking. If you're targeting a given market, the question is, what does that market buy that's reconsumptive? And how can you get control of such products or services, whether you create them or you partner with them or you acquire them? And then how can you better market, making a more irresistible offer, better price, better package? But those are some of the distinctions. Next.
All right. The next one is coming from an anonymous rock star,
Okay.
literally, but all shows have been canceled until 2021 in their country. The good thing is for the last 10 years, they've been doing a high-level transformational coaching with great results. As an entertainer in corporate events, they've seen many CEOs get yawns after their big speech. Combining his strengths or her strengths, they've created a service to fix that problem and help them fire up their employees and deliver powerful Steve Jobs type presentations. How would you sell a $20,000 Rockstar Presence kind of public speaking coaching packages to CEOs and high-level entrepreneurs from the perspective of an actual rock star?
There's a couple ways you can do it. And I'll give you a different way that that rock star can use his or her skill set, because I'm doing it with some people here. So the first thing is, the more you can quantify an outcome expectation, or you can quantify disappointment, the more power you have. Because just saying it didn't go well, or you didn't resonate as strongly, or people yawned, is not as much as saying, when you are trained or executing what I create, here's what's going to happen. Everyone in that room is going to be on the edge of their chair. They are going to reflect deeply on every concept. They are going to be so impressed by how uniquely you think and how powerfully you articulate and how confident and certainty based you are, that they are going to be very motivated to do these things. And you figure what the outcome that executive wants. They're going to be either going to want to, do more business with your company. They're going to want to tell more people. They're going to want to, have you, they're going to advocate for whatever it is. That's one thing. The next is to show what the loss is when you get the opportunity. I'll give you a great example. I'm a very good communicator, but as you can see, selling is not my strong suit. I've been in front of some of the biggest, best groups in the world, and because I wasn't very well skilled at selling myself, and I defaulted and abdicated to other people who tried, we would bring in $3 million of clients when we could have brought in 30. So you want to show the loss, and you want to show the potential. Then the last things I would do is create a try this test. Say, look, I want to prove to you the power of what I can do. I'm going to give you a short, little, pithy briefing, or I'm going to give you 3 things that I want you to do right now on a phone call to, and you pick out an application and say, let's agree in advance. If you get a non-plus response, don't do this. If you get a plus response, my 20,000 could be worth millions of dollars for your company's image, for your stock price, for your career, for the way you impact your buyers, your team members, and denominate it that way. Now, a totally different thing that person can do, which is really kick-ass cool, is if their brand is that well known, they can find people all over who would love to be connected to different businesses, CEOs, buyers, CIOs, whatever they are, and that can't. And this person could just sell them for a modest fee against 5 or 10% of the deal. They can call CEOs or other decision makers, or write them if their stature is, I don't know who a great, Mick Jagger stature in their country, and that CEO will take the call. And if they basically say, Jay, I'm calling you, you know who I am. We've never really met, but you know my brand, and you know my records, or you know my shows. I'm calling for a different reason, but I'm glad you took my call. There's somebody that I have met that I'm just inspired and impressed with. He's got a product that I think your company should buy, or your show company should use, or your show company should distribute. And I want to ask if what I represent, my reputation, my brand is strong enough, would you concede to give that person a 10-minute interview? And if you're impressed, refer them down, because if they come from the top down, they have a higher probability of winning. They could do that all day long, all the place, and they could control 10% of 100 deals a week. That's it. Next, this isn't meant to be a multi-$1,000 consultation, so I can get wild because that's what I do by day. But let's go on to the next one.
Okay, the next one I have is this gentleman has a concierge medical practice focusing on a kind of intimate men's wellness, or I believe that is. And their clients are saying that they cannot afford their services now. So how can they convert clients now in the current climate?
Well, I mean, the question is always, how can you take a high-end one-on-one service and how many ways could you do it differently and affordably? If it's an intimate service, maybe they could do some kind of a version in group, but the group was anonymized. And then if they have to do telemedicine observation consultations of that part of the body, break it down. If they know that what they do is sustainable and recurring, they could give a price reduction to that person for a period of time, knowing that the statistical probability is that person will come back and pay the full in 6 months or 9. If they can't do that, then if there's knowledge they can teach to other practitioners that might charge less, but could add that to their business, they could be a very lucrative training. I have a client, for example, that is a prominent world expert in adding a sub practice for dentistry in implant surgery. He can show that an implant sub practice can add $200,000 or $300,000 of income every year to his to a regular general dentist, and he charges, I don't remember, $10,000 for the entry level, and he charges $20,000 or $25,000 for the advanced, and then he's got a group that comes together. So your guy or girl can do that. There's 3 or 4 things. Next, I'll do a couple more, then I want to get into the content, and we'll do more questions.
Okay.
Great, because I really want to cover. I'm sure I won't get through all my content, but I want to honor what I promised, which is to tell people what they can do when they don't know what to do.
Okay. There's a little background on this one. This gentleman's been developing a granola kind of muesli and worked with a joint venture importer in China, and they've exported their first container from them this February. They're currently in the process of creating a cartoon out of the characters from their packaging, and uses manufacturer to manufacture products for them. Now, for some reason, the momentum with the China JV importer is slowing down. Where do they go from here for granola? And what idea can you give on the media games market for cartoon characters going forward, or any thought or suggestion you may have?
Yeah, but I'm not going to deal with all that. I mean, if you need another granola manufacturer, go to somebody else in the business and see if they'll private label. A lot of people private label, a lot of major brands private label for their competitors. So I don't think that's a big deal. If you don't have any distribution and you are going to have a cartoon character that's on the package, that's one thing. That shouldn't be hard. You can go to one of these graphic design services, one of these crowdsourcing where people send in and you pick the winner and pay for it. But if you're going to have to put a lot of money into trying to make a cartoon character viable in order to sell your granola, I teach something called optimization, highest and best use theory, highest and best use of time, opportunity, market, capital, energy, expertise, resources. And the question is that really, if it's a startup, if there are a lot of different hurdles you have to overcome before you first get the product out there, and you're competing with branded and generic, the question is that really the highest and best use of your opportunity cost, your capital, your energy? Maybe you know the industry, maybe you don't. If you're going to sell it through distribution, you're going to have to go through lots of levels. You're going to have to get the buyers at the groceries to do a test in 1 or 2 or 3 locations. If that works, they'll do more. I mean, as long as you know the consequences, if that's something you're very comfortable with and you can afford, and you believe that that has the highest and best use And if you've ever looked to see what a granola brand is worth as an asset, if and when it's sold, maybe nobody buys them, but if it's really valuable and they sell for 30 times and it's the greatest thing in the world, so be it. But if it is not, you might want to rethink your whole strategy. That's the best advice I can give him or her. Next, one more, then I'm going to get to my for a while.
Let's get back to Jeff. He revised his question. To sell one or multi-year consulting to business, he's had a good success with CPAs as strategic alliances. What would be a compelling value proposition to them for collaboration on growing their clients?
Well, there's a number of them because I've done this before. And if he says, look, there's 3 ways to do this. We can create together a consulting service that's branded by you that allows you not to be paid by the hour, but to be paid different fees. And I can provide it and we can be a partner. And he can do that. And he can do that all over. Once he codifies it, he could sell it to 100 CPAs. Secondly, if he can legally share, if they can share back, great. If he can't share back, he can offer to do promotion for them to outside potential clients if they will invite all their existing clients to attend, whether it's online, whether when they can do it live, whether it's sending stuff out, all kinds of things like that. Third is if he can prove that if he helps grow that client, the revenue that the CPA will get will double or triple from that client. And the referrals that will happen will grow. Great. If he wants to invest first, he can do referral generating programs for you. We can make a deal with anybody who wants to buy some of our referral stuff. We'll give them an advantage, particularly if they buy this other package. But he can go and help give referral generating knowledge to the CPA to get them more clients so the CPA is reciprocally in his debt. There's a couple. Next. Let's just go back to the PowerPoint. We'll get to more questions later. Hopefully everyone's staying on. I'm having fun. As I told you, it's not what I do. We wanted to do it as an experiment. We wanted to offer this program to see if it would help everybody. It's not what I was advised to sell a $20,000 training and $5,000 programs. But I said, you know what? I would rather sell something that, or not even sell, but offer something profoundly advantageous. And I didn't tell you there's risk reversal on it too. I can't remember what the duration is. Shows you how focused I am on doing it. But I think there's a 30 or so day no risk sort of test drive. You still got to pay whatever you choose, monthly or the full pay. But if it doesn't work for you, or if you see that you can't work it, I don't want to keep your money, even though it's so modest. You can send it back. Oh, you can't send it back. You'll own it. You can delete it if you have honor and integrity, and just tell us and we'll give your money back. Next, let's get back to the PowerPoint, okay? And by the way, I was thrilled with Damon's contribution. I never know what he's going to do, and he and I are hilarious together, and he always makes fun of my sophisticated vocabulary, and I tend to operate with more focus on how to get control of opportunities, and he's actually got great advice that's more granular and about anything. I think the combination is very stimulating. Okay, we already talked about leveraging other people's resources because I gave you that example of the motorcycle, but I'll give you another one that's hilarious. Many years ago, there was and people know what it is, there was an insurance company named Colonial Penn, and Colonial Penn was set up to sell group insurance, and they were struggling. And after a while, some brilliant director said, well, if we can't sell to a group, let's start our own. And they created AARP so they would have a captive market to sell their insurance to. There's a guy in Northern California. This is sort of cool. This is really cool. He always loved Porsche automobiles, but he could never even afford to drive one. And he found that there was a small Porsche dealership that was up for sale in Northern California. And just out of curiosity, he applied and got all the paperwork and all the rules and regs and the dealer material. And he was sorting through it, and he found a little section that really got him excited. It said that, and this, I don't know if it's still legal here, but a dealer is able to take as many of their new car inventory as they want and allow other people to drive them as new, called a demonstrator, for up to 3 months or 3,000 miles, whichever comes first. At that point, they have to be sold as new. And if they're kept past that, they get discounted to a used car, but they can be sold new, full warranty, everything. And with that piece of information and no money in his pocket, he ran ads all over California saying this. This is a while back. Drive a brand new Porsche automobile every year for the rest of your life for a one-time investment of $75,000. And the deal was, if they'd pay him 75 grand, he'd let him drive for 3 months a Porsche every year. And he got, I think, $2.5 million of payment. None of it was a loan. None of it was equity. All he had to do was let him have Porsches. He needed $1 million to buy the dealership, and he got prepaid another $1.5 million. And the guy went on to be very great. I can go on and on because there's so many stories like that, but you use other people's resources. Next. Yeah, it's okay. Next. Move fixed cost to variable whenever appropriate. If you're stuck with expenses that are difficult, or you're stuck with sales or marketing costs that are very, very high, you can move them to variable. You can find media or platforms or podcasts or other ways that you can pay people so much a lead or so much a sale. You can basically get experts to come in, and instead of paying their consulting fee, pay them on the results of the expertise being applied, whether it's saving, making it more productive, more cash flow beneficial, more profitable. You can get functions in your business that are costing you a lot, find other people that have over capacity, have them do those functions for you and pay them per transaction, or vice versa. Take on other people's internally and do it. I got millions of ways to do this, but that changes everything. All of a sudden, daunting fixed costs become variable. And on revenue, you only pay out after you've got a higher profit deposited in your checking account. We've done that for clients, and I've done it for myself all my life. Next. Maximize what you're doing. I explained that. But the problem is you don't even know what you're doing. A revenue system has within it sometimes minimum of 10, a maximum of 60, 61 different leverage or impact factors, each one of which can be made usually to produce more result, outcome, impact. And if you don't know what they are, you can't maximize them. If you know what they are, but you don't know the options or the higher performing alternatives, you can't do it. And most people couldn't, including me, expect to maximize 10 or 61. But if you can maximize just literally 5, and you can make them 10, 15, 20% better, it's not 10 or 15. If each one is 20%, it's 20% times 15% times 30%. It becomes 100% more, which doubles or redoubles your profit. So you got to learn how to do this. And if you don't know how to do this, you got to learn. If you know how to do it, but you don't know what to do or where the points are, you better learn them. And certainly I'll teach them to you. And they are very honestly, very clearly explained in the reshaping program. And if you want it, it's great. But if not, get it somewhere, because every day you underperform. Every day you accept a fraction of the result. Every day you fail to impact all the people you could from whatever you do is lost. Next. So multiply, you do that afterwards. You add new revenue streams, you add new markets, you add new product services, you add new media, but you don't do that until you first maximize. Next. Goal today must be what? To outperform your pre-crisis marketing, selling, competitive positioning. You got to be better today than you were before, and it has to be better integrated or predicated on what the market needs right now. I think I have in one of these slides the basis of very recent research that identifies what the consumer needs to feel and do. If I don't have it, I will look it up on my phone before we end, promise, and give it to you. But whatever was working for you and however good you were before this, now that everything's open up, your direct, your indirect competitors and other people competing for opportunity cost for your market's money, time, attention are going to be ruthless marketers. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be everywhere. They're going to be discounting. They're going to be making offers, bonuses. And if you just keep doing what you were doing before, it isn't going to work. The decisions, the actions, the shifts that you make today are more than anything going to define the future of your business. And if you don't make the right ones, you're going to end up with a very disappointing result. Next. Your best is yet to come. I really mean that, even if it looks like the sky is falling, because adversity always holds tremendous opportunity. You just need the lens to see it, the belief in yourself to seize it, the awareness that anytime you capitalize on ethical adversity, for you to win, you're helping either your market or someone else you did it with or for come out better. So it's very, very noble and shameful not to. Many years ago, a colleague of mine, a very famous economist, wrote a book called God Wants You to Be Rich. And it wasn't funny. He said a lot of people think that self-imposed poverty is a sign of of goodness, or it's a prideful thing. He said it's not. You can't do as much good if you don't have the resources. You need the resources. Your best is yet to come if you believe not in me, but in yourself. Next. You must learn to do things differently, to think differently, to see things differently, to look at everything from a different slant, to see connections, to see possibilities, to see consequences, positive or negative, of doing things, of not doing things, of different paths of doing things. Next. You got to learn what gave me my strength and my power was an accidental ability to travel all over the world figuratively, meaning to travel from one industry to the other. I got started at age 18. I had 2 kids at 24, no education. Nobody would give me a good job. The only people that would give me an opportunity were crazy entrepreneurs who said, Jay, we'll let you work on this project and you can have a share of the results, or so much a sale. And when you only earn, when something works, you find out very quickly what works, what doesn't, what works best. But I started jumping from one industry to another, and I realized very quickly that people in one industry don't have a clue how people in the other industries think, act, transact, strategize, market, anything, and that I could take concepts and strategies and approaches that were as common as dirt in one industry, add them to a couple of other concepts that were common as dirt in other industries, combine them into hybrids, and then apply them to businesses and industries that all did things pretty much the same. And my clients exploded. I took one company 20,000% in 1 year. I took another one 900% in 9 months. I took another I think it was 50,000% in 2 years, not because I was that great, although I think I have a good mind, but because I was able to introduce greater ways of doing and thinking. That's your advantage. So I urge you all to start traveling constantly and looking at how other industries do things, marketing, positioning, lead generating, conversion, all that stuff. Next. So I want you to know why people pay me. And I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you this for you to think about things you need to focus on. And I had them strip this out of another PowerPoint. So a couple of them may not be relevant and I may just skip over them. But I think thinking about these at this juncture is very important. Go ahead. I'm paid to understand how to reduce or eliminate the risk in a transaction or proposition, business transaction. So it's easier for a target audience or a prospective partner or a buyer to say yes than no, easier for them to pay than it is to flee. Next. I'm paid to understand how human psychology, like procrastination, contemplation, I would add here fear, uncertainty, equivocation factors into everything, and how to turn all those into maximum advantage, much like the martial arts form of Aikido that uses the power of the enemy, the force of the enemy against itself. Next. I'm paid to understand how to stand out and how to tower above the maddening crowd in ways that aren't stupid, not just screaming awkward or blatant, but in powerful ways that telegraph advantage. Go ahead. I'm paid to understand how to out appeal, out impress, out excite investors. This is for another one, but I'll leave it there. Over and over, above and beyond the other capital seeking maddening crowds. Everyone's after people's money. Why do they give it to you instead of somebody else? Well, you have to understand they need more certainty they're going to get it back. They need more certainty that it's going to grow. They need more certainty that it's going to multiply. They need a lot of different kinds of certainty. If you don't understand that and convey that better and more advantageous, you're not going to get it. Next. I'm paid to understand the number of impact points, nuances, leverage elements that serve as bridges or locks. Think of the Panama Canal. Each lock lets you go up or down, and it advances and enhances the relationship, the traveling to your destiny. In this case, the destiny is closing a deal, reselling a deal, securing a power partner, getting the rights to something that work to advance, enhance the positive decision, commitment, or outcome, and that can suffocate things if you don't know them. Next. I'm paid to understand all the direct competition, meaning the industry generic competitors, how they function, their advantages, disadvantages, how to out position, out market, out contribute, out value, out advantage them in what my client does. Next. I'm paid to understand and communicate masterfully what value in tangible and intangible terms a company or their products or service or offering represents to a wide swath of different players. So that it says all these can, I've been looking at it for a while, all these can position positively or negatively the impact and intended outcome of a transaction. Next. So this is really cool. So once you learn all the powerful elements, methods, approaches that are available to you that will let you produce multiplied results, geometric results, you never want to operate in the incremental zone. You always want to be operating in the exponential zone. And I can go into this lavishly. I'll give you one example, and it's not even terribly, well, I could tell it to, I won't tell you the most powerful one because it's been made irrelevant because I have a way of handshaking that gets you about a 10 time better impact. But handshaking, I don't think is going to be very good. I'm going to have to think about how to do elbow touching or just, face acknowledging and make that more powerful. But I'll give you another thought. So anybody watching this who deals with anybody for transacting business where they use the telephone who is not strategic and consequential enough of a thinker to realize that the statistical probability when you call somebody on the phone, the odds of getting that person live is about probably less than 10%. I don't know what they really are, but I'm going to say 10%. The odds of getting voicemail is 90%. The other, maybe it's 5%, and 5% getting a gatekeeper. But even knowing that, if you think about most people who are trying to sell something to someone through a telephone, follow up, cold call, advancing, resell, upsell, anything, they're shocked, bizarrely, when they get a voicemail. Sam, this is Jay Abraham. I was calling about the lease deal, and would you call me back at 555-1212? Well, you should expect, if you're thinking in the exponential zone, you're going to get a voicemail. You should have pre-programmed messages that are progressive if you don't get somebody right away, that assume they're going to listen because your message is both provocative and evocative. Hi, Jay, it's Jay Abraham. I'm sorry we didn't call. I'm calling about the lease deal we offered because they've just added an interest reduction, a bonus incentive, and 3 free months, but you have to hit on it in the next 48 hours. And if you really want it, I would feel terrible. I'm making this message to everybody, and they've only allocated 10 of these deals. And you've always been on the top of my preferred, desirable VIP list, but we have a lot of trouble getting in touch. If it's anything you want, please call me back at this number and try to do it, before the end of the day. But if it's important, you can call me at home on this number. Now, that seems, I'm just winging it, but think about being exponential and incremental. Next slide. I can give you 100 ways, by the way. Outthink, out-strategize, out-market, out-advertise, out-position, out-compete, out-perform, out-earn everyone else. That's got to be your ethical goal. And you do it by mastering and commanding absolute advantage over everybody in everything you do. And if you don't know what it looks like and how to get it and how it is received and perceived, you better learn, whether from me or someone else. Next. I talked about the unlimited checkbook before. It's all these different things. Next. There are all kinds of companies that soared in the last downturn, a few before, and I got lists of them. I just picked a few of them. Next. Microsoft back in the 75, it turned around. Apple twice, MailChimp. Airbnb actually was on the right now they're having to probably reset, but they grew so massively after 2008. Warby Parker, Kellogg's outmarketed Post back in the Great Depression. I mean, there's precedents. I just picked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, but there's hundreds of examples of companies that grew, that became dominant, that were not, until the Depression stimulated them to shift, to pivot, to think differently. Next. What to do, why, and a short primer intro to how. Okay, do I have it here? Let's see. Okay. So if you're a pre-existing startup trying to get started and you have no money and you have no validation, you want to use power partnering, you want to use strategic alliances, you want to do endorsements, you want to use co-branding. You got to go to people that already have access to the target audience you want and persuade them of the value you've got, give them enough incentive for getting their people to buy your product. If your product is repetitive, give them participation, very generous, in all the subsequent sales that a buyer that comes from them does, and do many of them, not just 1 or 2. Get 100 of them working for you and you'll get successful very quickly. Next. For stuck, stalled, stagnant companies, next. Figure out what else your buyer purchases before, during, after, instead, and figure ways to add that to your offering. You can just, doing that, you might quintuple your viability and your profitability. Next. Add new revenue streams, income sources, profit centers. It's a dual valve. You can do it outside by doing partnerships with other people that take your product service to their audiences. You can do it internal by getting their product or service, negotiating a very good deal and making it available to yours. You do both of them and it becomes a very geometric outcome. Next. Windows of opportunity. I actually listed them with Damon, so I'm going to go through past that. Go ahead. Collaboration, asset. Well, okay. You can collaborate with all kinds of people and do deals you never could. You can get a hold of assets and businesses on pure earnouts, no investment, no risk, just pay out of the results. If there are no results or limited, it just takes longer, but you're not at risk. There's all kinds of structures to it. You can get all these super skilled, talented people to make introductions to you, to people that they've done business with that you'd never be able to get direct access to, and you can monetize it like mad. You can mobilize salespeople to do all three of the things above or just sell direct. Options trading is what I talked about, getting the rights to things like the flea market, and there's millions of things. You can also, if you find companies that do things better than 51% of the other companies in their sector, and they're not national or international, and you can figure out what it is they do different, and you can isolate the processes or the systems they do it, and you can get the rights to those systems outside their market, you can make a fortune. Example, we had a car wash years ago that had developed a process for getting people to upgrade to, and I'm sorry when I don't look at you, I'm just thinking and accessing my, you get to look at my beautiful face, right? We had a car wash that had managed to identify a process that got people upgrading to the $29 premium package, something like 5 times over the average. It was making them an extra $20,000 a month, which was great, but their target audience was only about a 4 or 5 mile radius. Past that, they weren't going to go there. So we convinced them to take that methodology, codify it, turn it into a system, and then license it to 2,000 other car washes for $100 a month. So they started making $200,000 a month on licensing, which was 10 times what they were making the 20,000 on the upgrade. We had a guy that had a lumber mill, and he was masterful. If anybody knows anything about lumber mill, the key factor in lumber mills is kiln drying. You get this raw timber, you put it through a kiln for some number of hours. The kiln takes the maximum amount of cost, energy. If you do it wrong, you burn a lot of energy, literally. If you do it wrong, you get warps or you get substandard lumber. You do it right, you burn far less energy, which is the biggest cost, and you get grade AA and very little scrap. My client did all the right things, but in lumber, you could give the lumber away, and after about 1,500 miles, it's not cost effective. So we drew a circle around the radius that was viable, and we went to every other lumber mill in the country and the world. And for $25,000 a year, we licensed his kiln drying process. And every time he came up with a new one, we sub-licensed. If you can get control of that, you can flip it to other people. You can be a licensing. If you're in a similar business, you can apply it to yours. I can go on and on. Next. Understanding lifetime value, allowable cost. What time is it, Brian?
The time is 2:50, Jay.
Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll bring ourselves to the crescendo. And for all of you, I'm going to talk more and answer questions about that system, and we're going to try to answer some more questions. But let's take a 10-minute max, and I will be back in splendor and energized, okay?
Awesome. Thank you, Jay.
All right, everyone, we'll follow the same model with the video. This next video sample is about 3.5 minutes from Mastermind Mentoring. So we'll just leave the channel open for the next 6 minutes or so. And then in about 6 minutes, we'll start the mentoring video sample for you. And then we'll go back to Jay. So enjoy the break. All right, everyone, if you're working your way back to your seats or back to your desk or your phone or wherever you're enjoying the summit from, we'll play our last sample video from Jay's Mastermind Mentoring Archive. It'll be about 3.5 minutes, and then we'll be back to Jay. So enjoy.
I want to talk about what initially was a militaristic concept that has become a foundation of one of my most famous concepts. The military concept is force multiplier effect. And what it means is if you and I were waging battle, we were at war with each other, and I wanted to win that war, first thing I'd probably do is knock out your infrastructure, your communications, your phone, your radio, TV, internet. Then I would probably knock out your airports, your roads, your railroads, your seaports. Then I'd probably do surface to air missiles, maybe bombs after that, drone-based attacks, maybe after that, fighter planes, I don't know. Finally and lastly, tanks, and then probably infantry if necessary. But I would do all those sequential things. And I might do them in an order, but I might do many of them concurrently, just to go pow, 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 and penetrate you from many vantage points. That is, in essence, the foundation that gave birth to my belief system about how to create a power Parthenon, where you had many pillars attacking the same market, the same target audience, but from many different impact points. The force multiplier effect brings the compound effect of geometry to bear, penetrating your target audience. You don't care which of the weapons and which of the attack modes delivers the final foray, the salvo that finalizes and wins the war. You just care that one of it does. Same with Power Parthenon. You don't care which of the access vehicles, which of the impact power points delivers the final penetrating salvo to get that prospective buyer to say yes. You just care that it does. But by penetrating it from many vantage points, not only do you keep wearing away positively at resistance by creating much more exposure, awareness, sort of like the concept of remarketing today. But in addition to that, you reach people in ways you can't normally. You reach them from vantage points and at places you can't normally get them with any one media or approach. Force multiplier effect translated to a power Parthenon is probably the most powerful marketing geometric growth mechanism you'll ever learn. So think about it when you're deciding, I'm only going to do one thing one way. That is linear. We'll get into linear versus exponential in a little while or another session, but think about that.
All right, everyone. So that was the last sample from the Mastermind Mentoring Group. So you guys will be getting more information about how you can sign up for that program. And now back to Jay.
Okay, here we are. Brian, are you there?
I am here, Jay.
Before I start, I have an idea. I like to change my strategy. I'm not real rigid in following the plan, so I'm going to do I'm going to call an audible. I would like to challenge our VIPs to do something for all of yourselves, but for all the other thousands of people that I hope are still watching. If not, then I'll be embarrassed if there's only one of you or 12. But when I used to do very expensive and extensive seminars, at break time, I would ask people to break into groups and share the one biggest distinction they got out of a given segment, and specifically what they were now stimulated to do differently from what they learned. And then I would have everybody go around the room. And if you had 800 people, I wouldn't do 800, but if you had 800 people in the room, you'd have 799 totally different interpretations, not necessarily good or bad, but listening to a bunch of them so layered and expanded your sense of how to apply. And it also forced you to think, did I light over that? Did I not get engaged? Did I not see the implication of that? So all of you VIPs that are still on, and I hope it's all of you for your benefit, I already know this stuff, is would you take a minute and submit to Brian the one or two things that you have been most impacted by so far that is profound, hopefully. It doesn't matter if it's from me or from Damon. I thought Damon was exquisite. And what you're going to do different and what you're going to do as far as how you're going to apply it. But it's only a paragraph or less. And then Brian will pick some and we'll read it so that not just your other VIPs, but the thousands of non-VIPs will get their paradigm expanded. And then we'll let you ask some more questions, but I want to do that first. And we'll give you 2 minutes to submit it. I don't know how it works because I'm not paying attention, but I'm here for the duration. Also, tell me if you're having fun, VIPs. Doesn't this beat working? Think about it. We could do this all day long, all night long, every day. Fun, fun, fun. Wish I could get Damon to come back every day. He's so interesting. Got a lot of friends like that I can bring on, though. Hopefully, we're going to get an onslaught of amazing perspectives, paradigm shifts, ideations, new slants, 3D perspectives.
So Sylvian says that they love your idea of contacting authors or people with lists that don't seem to have high ticket offers on the back end and selling seminars or packages to their list in exchange for a commission.
Okay, works.
Nick Sonnenberg says, fun, fun, fun.
Thanks, Nick. We doing okay, Nick?
Russell Pate says, yes, having fun learning. Dennis Yu is Jay is pure gold. Nicholas responds, says he's doing great. Jeff Wilson is takeaway is be laser focused in licensing my process to 100 CPAs to benefit from their clients. And that was one of the people you answered the question of.
Go ahead. Please.
Then Ask Roxy is saying, learning, I have great value to offer in wanting to provide creative solutions. Jay has inspired me to expand my thinking by including related services and businesses to create unique packages.
All right. Anything else?
I think that there's several people that are still typing here.
By the way, I appreciate you all, but the greatest benefit you give me is specificity. I love the laudatory ones, but I would love more if you said, here's exactly what one thing I see that I can do that I wasn't doing and why I'm going to do it. That has more value to me 2 ways. One, it shares with 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 people another level of thinking. And secondly, it confirms and affirms to me that you're not just stimulated, but you're getting clarity of stimulation. You're seeing its implication. It's connecting you to a more concrete way of thinking. It is very easy. Any of you who've experienced tons of motivational, positive thinking experiences, it's great to get motivated and you do very little. It's much better to get a very clear, crisp idea or a collection of ideas that you can implement. Very different. Try to be specific.
Dr. Trung says, always operate, love this, always operate in the exponential zone and not the incremental zone. This blew his mind away. Robert has an insight of aiming to partner with the rank 20 plus on the list rather than the top of the list. I think this was during Damon's thing. To establish strategic alliances, look at whom has excess inventory and match with someone who wants to buy it. Tim, one of the insights is capitalizing on other people's resources. Look to find the many ways to use other people's money and resources to grow exponentially. Mike, Jay reminds me to think outside of the box and look for underutilized resources of other people. Russell is creating more distribution channels. So that Power Parthenon, yes. Brent, fun. Know how people communicate. The Cuban story. Be curious to know who you are talking to. And then Christina, I like the idea of targeting the super skilled people that may be out of work right now. For example, sales. They have a direct sales business and can leverage reaching out to those who have been downsized or lost income and are in sales roles. Their business is 100% commission and bonuses. So why not go after people with that profession and mindset now? Thanks, Jay. Loving this time with you.
Good. All right. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Got 6 more. Creating multiple step-by-step systems to maximize a predictable flow of referrals instead of just simply receiving them ad hoc. Sylvan has 35 pages of sales material written for their pitch, and listening to Jay focused that to 4 bullet points. Wow, that's powerful. I apologize if I miss your names, but Roblick, the power of deliberately developing trust. That's huge. GC Crowell, focus more on the lifetime value of a customer, potential customer, and the willingness to invest on the front end and continue to expand your value adds to grow and obtain references. Basically, get more positive hooks into your customer so they have more incentive to maintain your profitable relationship and get references. Thanks.
That's great. Is that it?
Let me click on the 9 new messages that have been submitted here.
Okay. I like this.
Let's see here.
You don't like it. And don't think get bored, because this is what it's all about, is to get ideas that are unique and specific you can act upon. It's not just to have a great time. And I'm glad you're having fun. I'm having fun too. But the greatest fun is making shit happen. Go ahead.
Tim is very interested in how to structure deals on earnout agreements. Okay. Nick, that we know, knowing and maximizing lifetime value is a powerful concept that most people aren't spending enough time on. Russell, doing joint venture with similar businesses. And I think that might be the last one that just got submitted.
All right. Let's get to the PowerPoint for at least a half an hour. Then we'll take some more questions. I will think about some nuances that aren't on the PowerPoint that you might really enjoy. I'll tell you more about the offering. And if any of you are big enough, obviously you should contact my office. You can do it at jay@abraham.com if you want to talk about private work, but I'm very expensive. But if you're big enough and you can afford it, I'm always interested. If you've got a big audience, we're always fascinated with partnering with you if you can deliver hundreds of thousands, or if you can deliver an affinity group. So let's go back to the PowerPoint.
1 second.
It's actually fun for me. I've done one of these for years, so it's really fun. Thank you all. Okay, so I have a very dear friend who is really masterful in what's called constraint theory. And when he sits down with a client, he has them look at scenarios. And the scenarios he looks at, I'm just giving you these thoughts to expand your paradigm. They look at best, if everything works well. Got plenty of supply, plenty of demand. They look at best, worst. I got plenty of supply and not a lot of demand. They do worst, best. I got plenty of demand and not enough supply. Then they look at worst, worst. I got no demand and no supply. You need to do things like that with your current business because you might need to pivot. And if you do, you need to know why. So you got to look at every scenario. I'm making a note for you guys that I'll talk about in a little while. Look at every scenario and ask yourself, do I have a strategy? Do I have a hedge strategy? If it deviates, do I know what to do? I mean, if you, I said something a couple of weeks ago to someone that you can have certainty in an uncertain market. Sounds a little weird, or an uncertain environment. You could have more logic and more preparation and more hedge strategies and more either scenarios, pivot plays. And if you've got all that, you're a much, much more powerful position. Next slide. Okay, this is really interesting. Too many people work on revenue. It's much easier with the kind of methods, the kind of thinking, the kind of strategies, the kind of approaches, concepts that I create to multiply the profit. So why would you want to just multiply revenue? When I used to do seminars, people would come to me and they would say, well, Jay, I'm doing $1 million, but I really want to figure out how to do 10. And I would say, well, I could probably give you a strategy, but the first thing we have to decide is, do you want to continue with your current performance dynamics? And they'd say, what do you mean? And I'd say, well, if your business currently has 1,000 people, so we're talking about $1 million, spending $200 5 times a year, and you want to get to 10 million, you're going to have to, if nothing else changes, you're going to have 10,000 people doing that. Now, to get 10,000 people, you're going to have a facility far bigger. You're going to have a lot more capital at play. You're going to have management. You're going to have a much more expensive system. And I said, before we think about how to get to that point, let's look at what happens if we change some of those dynamics. If you get those 1,000 people spending $400 6 times a year, and maybe 200 of them spending $15,000, and that becomes the model, now we've got about only whatever it is, 1/3 of the growth needed. If you and you look at the different variables, but if you don't look at those, then growth can be very, very difficult. Go to the next. Don't cut back on marketing. Rethink it. Make the marketing work harder for you. Make it a profit center. Make it something that produces results that monetize. You can get marketing to be performance-based. You can change your marketing to have enormously appealing, what I call lead generating, first stage starter activities and offers that get people starting a relationship. You got to look at what's the lifetime value. Nick or someone talked about that. You can get your vendors to finance you, or a vendor that wants to be your vendor. If your vendor won't do it, next. I already said that your problem is always the solution to someone else's bigger problem. Solve it for theirs and they'll solve yours for you. And it's a very powerful concept. Next. I want to go back to something, and it might be in a slide, but I haven't looked at my slide deck, so I apologize. So I have something here, and I think it's going to come up, but I want to make sure I deal with it right now. So most business owners are what I call two-dimensional thinkers. Two-dimensional. They think in terms of revenue minus expense equal profit. And it's a very linear and a very static concept. Great entrepreneurs think like a private equity fund. They don't just think that. They have one more grade. Instead of a two-dimensional, they're three-dimensional thinkers. They look at at yield. They look at when they bring on an asset. A buyer is an asset. A prospect is an asset. You are an investor, whether you like it or not. You're a hedge fund investor, allocating opportunity costs, access to markets, effort, capital, human capital for yield. But you want to know what's the yield going to be, not just one time, but what's the yield going to be and for how long from this investment? So if I allocate time to the asset of a new buyer, is that new buyer going to provide a yield for one transaction or 10 years? And depending on the yield, that tells you what you can afford to invest, not spend to get it. That leads me to a concept that I might come up with, but if I don't, you need to know it. So, very interesting. Pardon me. Very interesting. So, most business owners invest either too much or too little in their marketing and selling activities. Example. Most people think in terms of everything being worth the same. They either allocate to marketing a percentage of sales the previous month or just an arbitrary amount with no logic, no correlation whatsoever. And yet, if you look regressively or forensically, regressively analyze the origin and the subsequent yield and value of different types of buyers, you will be shocked. Somebody that comes in from one source may be worth 5 times more profit coming in. They may be worth less coming in, but 10 times more over the next year or two. Somebody from coming in on a different offer or buying a different product may be worth a lot less or more. Until you know what different caliber and kinds of buyers, or back it up one more, prospects that turn into buyers are worth, you are misinvesting. You're either spending too much or too little. You want to have an allowable cost allocated for different calibers, types, kinds, sources of buyers. If somebody's worth 10 times more, you don't want to spend the same or less than you would spend for somebody that's worth 1/10 that. All buyers, all prospects, all sources, all types, all categories of buyers, all types of buyers, product service buyers are not worth the same. Okay, what you do now will define your future success totally. If you're reactive, if you're trying to do the same old, if you don't try to really grasp the magnitude of the kind of upside leverage I'm talking about, if you don't really reshape your thinking, if you don't look at everything strategically, if you don't maximize, if you don't get all these dynamics and put them together into an integrated system, doesn't augur well. Next. Okay, these are fun stories. So these are just, and I love nonlinear thinking that ethically uses other people's assets. I'll tell you a couple stories. Pretty cool. Right now they're hurting, but if you back out the crisis, Carnival Cruise has been one of the most successful, and Behemoth Cruise Lines, I think they own 5 or 6 different brands. And I happen to have known, he's deceased now, the original marketing guy for Carnival. When they started, this is going to sound preposterous, but it's true. The father of the current owner started out with one secondhand, not super colossal, but just an average cruise ship. He had such limited funds. I'm looking at a light above me and looking through the center like that's really, it must look great for you. It must look like I'm way in the distance. Sorry, I'll look right here. It's just my camera. He was so limited in capital that he only could afford, true story, to paint one side of the boat. So they had to always bring it in on the painted side. He was not able to spend much money on marketing. So the boat would go out every week half filled. Now, I don't know the size, but let's assume it had 800 rooms and it was going out with 400 empty. And cost adjustment, let's say it was $1,000 a week value. Every week, that boat went out with $400,000 a week of potential spending money going down the drain, literally. My friend looked at it and got this brilliant idea. He got approval from the owner, which wasn't hard to get because he was bringing nothing in from 400 rooms. And they started going to radio stations, television stations, publications, magazines, and offering to trade them cruise credit for advertising in their media. But they didn't just do that. They said, we need advertising now, but we will give you up to 2 years to use our credit. Now, why would they do that? Well, 3 reasons. Something called the time value of money. $1,000 today is probably worth somewhat less than $1,000 in 2 years if you wait 2 years to use it. By doing that, they did not exchange advertising and just fill the room with non-compensated guests. They deferred the non-compensated guests from coming right then, and the advertising drove tons of paid people, which filled their boats. Also, when the trade media people used their credit, Carnival asked them to pay a $100 surcharge, and that $100 surcharge covered all the cost of maid service, of cold cuts at the buffet, and they made all the money on these people 2 ways. They would normally bring other couples who paid, and they would gamble and take the excursion. So that's an interesting story. Curtis Publishing is a very interesting story. I'm just telling a couple to show you how people think differently and how brilliantly they can be. So in the latter part of the last decade, before 2000, and I'm using an example that's older, but it's so brilliant it needs to be sold because it's got or told. The largest magazine in the country was Saturday Evening Post. It was owned by a company called Curtis Publishing, and they got very ambitious and they grew really large, and they blew up and went bankrupt, and all their assets, their fixtures, their building got sold. And the last thing to be sold was their magazine, because when it went broke, it had millions of people being owed a year or so of issues of the magazine. And so it had a liability. Nobody wanted to buy the magazine as a business, but I worked for a really astute man. He bought the assets for almost nothing. He bought the subscriber list. He bought the archives. He bought the brand. So he bought Saturday Evening Post. He bought their previous subscriber list, and he bought a couple other brands they had. And he bought all the archives that went with it. Very important. So the first thing he did was he drafted a letter that he sent. And the first thing you do is you test. You don't just send it to me. He sent it to 10,000 of the millions of people that were subscribers when the magazine went bankrupt. And the letter said, I just acquired the assets, not the business. I have no legal or even moral responsibility to fulfill your almost 1 year of unfulfilled subscription, but I would like to. So I have a proposition. I love the magazine. I'm passionate about what it stands for. I would like to restart it, but in order to do that, I need to capitalize it. So I'll make you a great proposition. If you will extend your past subscription for 3 more years at a very, very advantageous rate, I will fulfill the remaining unfilled issues you were entitled to when it went bankrupt. He did a test, it kicked ass, he mailed it out. He got something like 20 or so million dollars in that people sent to renew or extend their. And what was very interesting, anybody on this is an accountant, accrual, you only have to account for the money being earned after you fulfill the service. So he's sitting with $20 million tax deferred because all he had to pay taxes on were each issue. If the average person bought 3 years, 36 issues, he only had to declare 1/36 of the tax liability each month. So he had all that money to use tax deferred. That's number one. Number two is he owned a lot of businesses, and one of the ones he owned was called Barkeeper's Friend. It was sort of like a baking soda, but it was an all-purpose cleaner, shiner, marble polisher, and everything. And it was a good product, but he was selling it by mail. Now that he had this magazine going to millions and millions of people, he started running 2-page double truck ads for the product. And after about 6 months, it forced retail distribution. People came to the grocery, to their pharmacies, their hardware asking for it. Nobody had it. They asked for him. It turned it from a mail order company, which back then had a very low asset value, to a consumer product, which had about 10 times that. And he did it all by using the media in the magazine, and he was able to sell the product to a bigger company for, I don't know, $20 million. That wasn't all. In acquiring the archives, this company used to have an association with one of America's great traditional painters, Norman Rockwell. And Norman Rockwell literally painted a 10-foot portrait every month for years. It became the cover of the magazine. During bankruptcy, they sold the portraits off, but the rights to the covers remained with the archive assets my employer bought. The first thing he did after he got the $20 million, he hired an attorney. He paid that man about $3,000 a month fixed against 25% of licensing fees. And he had him go all over the country licensing the Norman Rockwell images to everything from calendars, coffee mugs, t-shirts, and they brought in millions of dollars from that. There's one more, and this is hilarious because I was part of this. One of the assets they bought was a quarterly magazine called Holiday Magazine. Pardon me. Holiday Magazine was the number 3 magazine in a 3-magazine travel and leisure type market. It was the least subscription-based. It was the least desirable because it was not monthly and quarterly. It didn't make much money. Nobody wanted it to be the main buy. In order to buy ads, people would hammer down the rates. I think the regular rate was $10,000 black and white a page, but most people would knock us down to about $3,000. It cost about $1,000 a page to publish. Because it was quarterly, they would buy it today, it wouldn't run for 3 months, and they didn't have to pay on time because we weren't going to cut them off from the next one. So our cash was very slow, like 6 months before we got it. And a lot of big advertisers just wouldn't advertise because we weren't a good buy. When I got there and did some research, I realized that a lot of very prominent 5-star and prestige advertisers had offered to trade, to barter with us, dollar for dollar, their product service for our advertising, and we had turned them down. I went to the owner and I got them to let me create a profit barter center, and here's why. We were able to go to places like Singapore Air, Sony Electronics, Ritz-Carlton, and get them to trade us $10,000 or more, but 10,000 was a page, of airfare for $10,000 page. Now, why is this important? If you listen and you're not tired and I haven't put you to sleep, I told you that people were negotiating us down to about $3,000 a page. And then it was costing us 1,000, so we were making about two, and it was taking 6 months to get paid. But when I was able to trade a $10,000 page for $10,000 worth of airfare, I could instantly, before I even confirmed the trade, sell that $10,000 airfare credit for $8,000 all day long. So we're getting $8,000 for something that we were only getting $3,000 for before. We're getting our money before 3 months before the ad runs instead of 3 months after. We made a fortune. But all this is showing different ways of thinking. Next slide. Yeah, business as usual may not be business as usual. So you really have to think differently, act differently, strategize differently, pivot differently. Next. Yeah, you need to convey to your audiences, both your buyers, prospects, and your team, that you have as much certainty as is humanly possible in an uncertain world, because you've thought about probability, outcome, all these, best, best, worst best, worst, and you've got strategies for that. You've thought about, okay, they don't want to buy my product. What else will they buy that I can source? If they're buying my product, what else are they buying before, during, after that I can offer? And you're just using such great critical and consequential and strategic thinking. Next. Oh, this is very good. Okay, this friend of mine, I was going to do this. I see if I put it in here, I have to look it up. This friend of mine does very sophisticated political advertising, and he's an animal about research. And he was researching in the last few weeks the attitude of the consumers across the country. And here's what he said. Next one. Okay, he didn't. It's not there. Okay, I thought I put it in. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to get it for you. 1 second. 1 second. Please bear with me because this is worth sharing. Okay, he had 4 distinctions that he said were all important. So the first one is consumer confidence is improving, but he says a lot of people aren't spending their money because they're scared and uncertain. So just there's money to be spent. He said that almost everybody now, including the elderly, are very comfortable online, and you need to have as a hedge an online presence that has a duality. You need to know how to reach people online, sell, market, and you need to know how to disseminate your product either online or distance in case they don't want to come in or it's too limiting to come in. And that needs to be a hedge strategy. This is very important. He said you need to incorporate in your marketing, your messaging, your advertising, your selling communication, these statements: safety, trust, and helping others. They are still the key messages you must use with your brand and business. He's also said that their assessment is that 55% of Americans think life won't return to normal for over a year. 18% say it won't return to normal till the fall of 2020. That's 74%. We'll skip that. There's one more key that's very important to many of you, maybe not all of you. But if you're not national or international, he says one more key messaging insight. A huge new messaging insight has developed in the last month regarding safety, trust, and helping others. You must also use those themes with emphasis on local, because consumer sentiment is shifting to distrust of big national and global brands compared to local brands. And that's interpreted as being intimacy, familiarity, trusting, and safe. That's about it. The Human Hedge Fund. Interesting concept. I believe each of you is a human hedge fund because you, unbeknownst, are allocating asset resources of yours every day in your business or in your job. Your resources are risk, opportunity cost, attention, interaction, creativity, I mean, all kinds of things. And if you don't analyze the yield you're getting, you are underperforming. I say, if your business were a hedge fund, would you buy it? The answer is, or a mutual fund. The answer is you don't even know because you don't really have the ability. Most of you haven't taken the ability to try. I'm talking too fast. I shortcut to try to identify the different allocations of opportunity, resource, capital, human capital, access that you are making versus the yield it is giving you to see if it's even hitting market, let alone giving you alpha. What if you found that you're allocating 10 different asset allocations, intangible, if they will, and one's giving you a 43% risk and a 3% yield, and the other's giving you a 43% yield and a 3% risk, but you're putting more allocation in the worst one than and you don't even know it. You got to start looking at that and adjusting your portfolio. Next. You're an asset allocator. You got to know the risk you're taking and the yield and make sure it's worth it. And it's the best, the highest and the best use of time, opportunity, investment you could make. Next. I already said that. Next. Skip that. Talked about that. Key messages going to be, I already did that. So I had them, I just never. I already talked about this in a different way, so change that. We talked about relevancy, competency, and I think I did, didn't I, Brian? Talk earlier about relevancy, competency, and passion.
Yeah, I remember that you went over relevancy.
I get things out of order. Sorry, everybody. Next. You got to find new opportunities to grow your business, new directions, new markets, new products, new services, new strategies, put people into performance-based activities. A lot of you entrepreneurs, I've talked about these startups, not just for the people who are trying to start up, but if you're an investor and you're investing and getting, X% on your money, and you could take this concept and almost no capital and put 20 different people into a collection of these no or low investment, no or low risk things, and you owned half or 3/4. And if they worked, you either kept them or sold them to them. You could build a portfolio and keep doing it. So I wanted you to have that opportunity to at least consider it. Take ethical advantage of gaps and weaknesses, and they're everywhere. You just have to learn to see and then seize them. Snag super talented, super skilled talent that's out of work, and either use their knowledge, their relationships, or both. Next. Want something new. Doesn't have to be instead. It can be in addition. Everybody, I had a mentor, I've had lots of mentors, and one of them said, Jay, assuming your business is operating well, every month you should put 10% of your profit into what he called wildcard experiments, where you're trying to find huge breakthroughs, knowing most of them won't work, but every time you find one, it's going to so outperform everything else, and it's got sustainability. So each time you find one, if every month you try a different one, and you lose on 3, but you win once every 4 months, and you win 3 times a year, and each one of them is adding another $500,000 recurring. It's pretty interesting, particularly if you're only risking a few $1,000s. And when you're testing things, usually you don't lose everything. You just lose some of it. When you win, the win's out of the, it's just off the chart. Next. So in marketing and testing, there's lots of variables you can test. And variability is your greatest ally, because do things one way, you get X, do things another, you get 3X, do things one way, you get a lot of risk, do it another, you get no risk. Say it one way, people respond, or a certain kind of person responds, do it another, it's totally different. So some of the things to test, I already talked about headlines or the equivalent. There was a guy that, and this is pretty funny, there was a book publisher years ago, and he wrote a book called The Entrepreneur's Bible, and it bombed. He changed one sentence and called it Why Smart Operating Businesses or Business Owners Win and Nice Guys Lose in Business. Same book, just a different positioning or headline. And he sold 1 million copies the first year. Everyone knows what Think and Grow Rich is, but what people don't know is the original title was How to Use Your Noodle to Make a Boodle. If that was the title, do you think you'd still be wanting to read it? I told you about the furniture store that we tested 33 different ways. There's a million things you can test. I'm just getting your mind peaked. We have added risk reversal or stronger risk reversal to offers, and increased response 50, one time 400%. We've experimented with prices. I've seen $19 outpull 15 by 300%. I've seen $69 outpull $99 by, excuse me, $89 by 500%, but I've seen 99 outpull 69 by 3 times. So if you're not constantly questioning and testing, you're never going to get optimal. Next. I talked about allowable cost earlier. Next. All right, talked about that. Ahead of myself. Go ahead. Next. So I have this concept called access denied, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs have historically been in it, and it's probably going to be even more prevalent today. And what it means, if you're not getting the attention you want, if you're not getting the response you want, if you're not getting the buy-in you want, the conversion you want, the upsell you want, the resell you want, the referral you want, it's because they're denying you access to their attention, their interest, their trust, their relevancy. And you've got to identify what you're not getting in order for you to fix it. So you got to start questioning this, and you got to make a list of what you're not getting. And most people think just in the aggregate macro, and you got to become much more granular and nuclear so you can really leverage up every performance element so you can start operating in the exponential zone. Next. I already talked about this probably, but I believe you all need to develop funnel vision instead of tunnel vision. Funnel vision means you're going to borrow success approaches from all kinds of outside your industry categories instead of just following the herd and being 10 or 20% linear, more successful than the people you compete against. And I also have a problem. I think there's a fallacy with best practices, because most of the time, best practices are a denomination of the best practices in a given industry. There are best practices in all kinds of other industries, which may be 10 times more powerful, profitable, predictable, and 1/10 as expensive, time consuming. But if you don't know it, because all you study are the best things people in your industry do, you're very limiting. You need to constantly force yourself to go online right now and study every kind of industry you can that's not yours. Look at how they market, look at the ads, go to their the platforms, look at the ads that are on there, look at the trade journals, look at the ads, look at the titles. And if you don't do that, you're going to diminish your ability to be explosively superior in your competitive strength. Next. Modeling for millions is a really interesting concept. It's taking what other people are doing in either related or parallel universes and modeling it, not plagiarizing it. But you can't do it if you don't do intelligence gathering, if you don't study what people do. Borrowing for billions is actually doing things like licensing, getting people with skill sets to, to be able to leverage them 5 or 6 different ways, things like that. The Amazon.com school is really cool. So I'll share this. I have a lot of theories, strategies, concepts that I've introduced a few of them to you here. A lot of them, I mean, there's extraordinary ones on that reshaping program that hopefully you'll get. If you don't, I'm sorry, because it's really good. But one of the things I'm very proud of is that in order to own Mindshare, there's a bunch of different requisites. One of them is you want to be able to put into words for the first time ever what your target audience is trying to get closer to or away from. And you want to put into words what's driving them, the tormenting frustration or the inspiring aspiration. But most people find a superficial way to use hyperbole. There's a brilliant way to to resonate beyond the conscious into the subconscious, and it's this. You figure out whatever it is, the product or service category you sell, and when appropriate, you go to Amazon or anything like Amazon and start with books. You find the top 2 or 3 or 4 categories of books in the same or related field. Then you look at the top 25 bestsellers for 3 years. Then you look at the titles and subtitles of those bestsellers, because bestsellers are normally made by the promise and the power of the headline and the subheadline. So you strip off and you scrape all the good titles and subtitles. Then you go inside and you look at all the chapter titles, and if they're good, you scrape those. Now here's where it gets really cool. Now you go to the review site on the books, and you go to review sites on any competitive company, any product, any service, anything like that. Oops, I just dropped something. Hold on. And you look at the 2 categories, the polarized categories, the 0s and the 5s. That's usually what it is, 1 through 5. Now, think about this. In your life, when you've observed people who were passionate about something, when they're not using vulgarity, because there's negative passion, their subconscious overrides their conscious and articulates more elegantly, more powerfully, more perfectly, and dimensionally their thought about it. Same thing when they're mad. So if you go to the review sites and you look at all the 0s and all the 5s, you're going to see when the subconscious overrode the conscious, and the most powerful explanation of what somebody liked, disliked, got out of it, didn't get out of it, wanted and got, wanted and didn't get. Now you go through as many of those as you can, books, product, company, category, generic, and you get all of the negatives and you put them in one category and the positives in another. Now you aggregate them and you go through them and you prioritize them to which ones are the most commonly, the second common, third common. So now you have collected the verbalized ability for both ads, landing pages, funnels, sales approaches, signage, webinars, all the language you need to speak to the subconscious and resonate at a level your competitors would never think to. You can say, I know you want this and this and this, talking about the 5s or the titles of the books. And we know you don't want this and this, and that's why we do this and this. And you can create copy, script, communications at a level that nobody else can, and you'll be right on the money, penetrating well beyond the resistance of their conscious mind. It's not covert, because you are hopefully concurrently able to deliver that, and there's integrity in it with your business. Very powerful. Next. Okay, I already talked about 3-dimensional thinkers earlier, so you don't have to do that. Next. I already talked about that. Next. Already talked about that. Next. We talked about referral systems, strategic alliances. There's some examples, but I'm not going to go into them now. Next. I don't have them here, I don't think, but I talked about a high trust individual, company, and leader. And it's really simple, but the impact of shifting, we all think we're trustworthy, but trustworthy is judged by the other side on many different intangible gradients that most people, most companies, most representatives of the company don't even convey. There's 13 characteristics, and it's in Stephen M.R. Covey's book, Speed of Trust and Smart Trust. I'm not trying to sell you on it, but it's very well established in that reshaping part of the system. But you need to know this, and you need to integrate it in everything you do as a leader, everything everybody who sells does, everybody who manages others, everybody who interfaces with anybody, customer service, technical support, delivery, accounts receivables, payables, because it'll make a big difference. Next. This is very powerful, but I don't think I put in the specifics. So as a leader, and you are, even if you're one man or woman entrepreneur, you have to draw a line. Are you going to be a multiplier or a diminisher? Are you going to make your market better off? Are you going to make your employees better off? Are you going to create product services that produce more benefit? Are you going to make everybody feel great when they're around you? Or are you going to make them feel lousy and destroy things? And there's a hierarchy I've got, and I just put the talking point in. And it is very important because this is sort of physics. Physics is very simple. You expand or you contract, you grow or die. And when you understand that, you have a moral responsibility to your best interest, to your company's best interest, to your wealth creation's best interest, to your estate's best interest, to be a multiplier. The question you have to, okay, this is my question. Jesus, we're getting to the end. So the question is, how many ways can I help your business grow, profit, survive, and thrive? Originally, I was going to offer you bunches of things, my expensive consulting, my group consulting, a bunch of expensive products, but I'm not. We're just going to repeat a little bit about our offer, and then I'm going to spend some extra time taking questions. Okay, Brian?
Yeah, we're doing good.
So I'd like to have our little slides come back up again, and I'll go back through it one more time. So I think it's important. And for those of you that want it, and for those that isn't, it's not. Okay?
So
I want the offer.
got it. Okay.
I've already introduced it. If you came on late, I have created something as a response to all the requests I've got. It's an integration of 4 parts of components that I've used and lots of other things, and one new one that's very powerful. And it's called Prosperity Pathways Downturn Turnaround System. Next slide. It takes the essence of the kind of expensive private consulting I do and the kind of work I'm doing right now with companies that are going through these turnaround requirements, and distills it and tries to give you the best reason, best performing distillation, but it gives it to you for almost nothing. So next. The goal is to get your new or existing business going and growing rapidly, safely, consistently, continuously. Next. The goal is to turn you from a tactical thinker into a strategic, preemptive marketing and monetizing machine. So you're constantly generating sustainable business, recurring business. You're migrating new prospects, converting them, upgrading. You're working on your 3-way to grow business model, your advanced 3-way to grow business model. You're working on your Power Parthenon. You're working on your 9 drivers. You're working on your sticking points. Next. The purpose of the system is to make your business and your products and services preeminent, preemptive, the only viable choice the consumer can make in whatever the price and the market category you operate. Next. The purpose of the system is to instill and install in you the ability to masterfully structure joint ventures, power partnering, endorsement, no investment, no risk, asset acquisition deals. And I told everybody earlier that there's one, this part of this has a really cool 6-month formerly live program we did twice a month. And one of the people in it used this segment here to create 13 different partnerships with people in the optical field that I think quintupled his business for he put nothing up, and it's really brilliant. We share how he did it, I think, as a component. Next. The purpose of the system is to get you out thinking, out performing, out marketing, out innovating, out earning your competition. Next. The purpose of this system is to move your business from an asset or resource limited enterprise into an unlimited resource profit and prosperity powerhouse, to give you unlimited resources, like the unlimited checkbook that we talked about earlier. Next. The purpose of the system is to help you find the best profit and prosperity opportunities in this downturn. Next. The purpose of the system is to turn your business world into a 3D movie with you in your competitive market being the only one in the field who has the glasses to be able to see and then seize the opportunities. Next. The purpose of the system is to distill and make irresistibly affordable to you my normally $120,000 a day expertise, my intellectual property, my approaches, strategies, mindset, and methods. And I told you, we don't do a lot of $120,000 a day, but we do a lot of $30,000 a month, 2 times a month consults. So I'm taking the essence and I'm distilling it down in ways that you can afford it and you can use it. And it's totally applicable to whatever startup or existing business you've got or you want to start. Go ahead. What does my pathway system entail? What's in it? Next. 4 parts. Next. Starts with a 3-session accelerator, quick start, live 90-minute clinics with me where we get really granular on all the things that I've talked about, but it's modeled and it conforms to the issues and the opportunities and challenges of the actual participants. So it's very what's a word I would use? It's very empirical. It's based on the needs of the people that are participating. Next. And I'm doing this just to be there for you in the beginning and set the stage and get you on the right strategic thinking path and to identify for you the highest and best way you should do what you should do first, second, third. Before each session, everybody submits in advance their questions, their issues, their challenges, their opportunities. And then I take them, so the next slide's going to say it, and I just have the office distill down the most universal and the most unique, because we might get 500 of you, which is great because you'll get to see the perspective from lots of different vantage points and you'll see the different things they do, and it'll open up your mind to vista far more opportunities and applications than you thought. But I will take the most unique and the most universal. Next. We already said that. Next. When you listen to everybody talk about their challenges, opportunities, and me address them, it's going to give you so much more capability, possibility, depth, dimension, optionality. It's going to be extraordinary if you do anything with it, if you take action. Next. I address the most, I already said that. Go ahead, next. And I just put an arbitrary price. I mean, we do, and this is not arrogant, but I do 2 hours for 18,500, and I don't like to do that. I just put on 3 90-minute sessions with groups, $2,000. I could put 10 grand. It would be, very frankly, it would be price realistic, but I just put a nominal amount so you'd see that it has some value. Go ahead. Part 2 is this great program I did, Reshaping Your Business. It was 6 months, twice a month, 2 hours a month, went through the whole spectrum of my belief systems, my marketing methodology, my high performance principles and distinctions and gave examples. And then people would go out in between and work on it and come back and then report how they did. And then I would be able to either build on it, replace it, expand on it, discuss with people why it was working, what the implication was. So the implication, the application, the scenarios you'll be exposed to, and they're all real world. They're not theoretical from all the participants are unbelievable. Next. Part 3 is a 1-month paid membership. We have a brand new mentoring group, and it's a really interesting concept. It was designed to be a support and a thinking mechanism for entrepreneurs who needed every day to have really have a daily dose of what I call profit prescriptions, easy little additives that get you focused more and more on how to profit from all kinds of opportunities, how to optimize, how to maximize, how to see life in different contexts. It's very cool. And it would just start again, but you get the first month added to this. Next. I already said that. Next. It also has, I didn't remember, it's got a 14-day boot camp included with it. And so it's very cool. And it's normally $247 a month. And it's really cool. It's a different kind of an experience for me where every day I give you 5 to 15 minutes. And again, I like to call it your daily dose and your profit prescription. It challenges you from a different vector point and different sort of a slant than I do anything else. And I think it's something very unique and very valuable. And it's sort of a catalyst that makes all the other things sort of move forward and have you compelled to want to take more action because you've got someone that you turn to every day for an inspiration, for guidance, for clarity, for connectivity, for opening a window of opportunity. Next. Then you get this is really cool. I like it. Everybody asks me how and why I'm able to see things differently, see connections differently, see possibilities. And I said, well, I've learned to think differently. And they said, well, can you help us? So I created a 13-week process a couple of years ago. And every week I had people do one powerful thing differently to cause their mind to shift, their ability to look at connections differently, their ability to expand their thought process, to enhance their perceptivity. It's pretty cool. And then you get not just the instructions, but then you get the next week people reporting what they saw differently, how it made a difference in them, how it was shifting their creativity and turning it on and up. And I think I think it's very essential for this. Next. Yeah, it's a $2,500 process. Go ahead. Okay, the Prosperity Downturn Turnaround System was purposely created by me to help every entrepreneur at the summit gain monumental performance and profit advantage. I added profit. Go ahead. If you enroll in each one, it's really more. It's probably 25,000. But we're not trying to hype it. I'm not giving you this. I mean, I stopped selling my products and programs and doing things like this because I got nauseated by everybody who was arbitrarily valuing all their stuff at ludicrous prices. We actually sell these things for that. These are very, very high level programs that I have created and that I have delivered and that thousands of people have benefited from, but we want very badly to try to help a lot of people today because I think if I do, and you really are someone with a prejudice towards action, a commitment towards implementation, execution, and transcending mediocrity, you will use these to great economic and competitive advantage. And when you do, you'll start making a lot more and you'll be very comfortable down the pike reinvesting some of that profit in some really fairly priced products or services that I offer. But I'm looking at this, that somebody's got to make the first investment. I don't mind investing in you if you'll invest a little bit in yourself. If you won't, I can't help you. And if you don't do anything with it, even if you do invest, I can't help you. But if you do, I can promise it'll help you big time. Next. So it's being offered here together for $19.97, which is about, it's less than 20%. So I'm investing $8,003 in you, and if you'll invest $19.97. And very honestly, if I properly valued my time in the live ones, it's probably more like 20 or 25, but it's certainly a $10,000 value, real one, not an old time one. It's not a hypey type one that people will use in their BS type promotions. Next. And if cash flow is tight, because we're not doing this to make a lot of money, we're doing this to make you and your business a lot more successful and a lot more prosperous. You can do it in 4 installments of $695 each. Next. And if you love your first month of mentorship, we'll let you continue for $100 a month reduction. Next, I'm going ahead of myself, but it's normally $247, but you can extend it $147 if you like it. If you want me in your life every day for 5 to 15 minutes, giving you a daily dose of profit prescriptions. Next. If you're both a startup, this is important. If you're a startup or an entrepreneur that wants to put people into businesses, starting businesses, I want to support that. So next. You can add, we have a very famous program called Creating Your Own Business Success. It's really cool. I believe it's got 10 different paths you can do. It identifies no investment, no risk, very low investment, low risk ways you can start very high viability, high probability businesses. And it's got all kinds of elements. And I believe it's originally $4,000, but we sell it, I think, for $2,000. But we want to make it available if you want it for your startup, or if you're an entrepreneur that wants to put people into startups without investment risk, and you guys own the majority of it, you can have that as an add-on for, next slide, $699 more. And you can also put it on the monthly plan if you want for $199 more a month. Okay, next slide. There's a link to go to. Let me see the next slide. Yes, this is important. I left this off. Go back to the link. jabraham.com/special. jabraham.com/special. I like that. jabraham.com/special. Sounds like a radio. jabraham.com/special. jabraham.com/special. I could never figure out how they could do that. Anyhow, jabraham.com/special. Next. So before you even do that, and if you've already done it, then this is going to be refreshing, the big question looms. How can you be certain my system will pay off the way I intend for you? How can you know? Next question. I know the system works because I got enough documented success stories since we received reports for just from all over the world. Next. However, if you're at all worried that you won't work the system, I'll take all the risk out of the transaction for you. Because again, I just want to get you into a better place right away and get you going and growing and get you the ability to ethically take advantage of all the opportunity that really is available. Next. So use the system. Now it's 30 days, but they said 90. So whatever we said, we'll probably live with. But use it long enough that you put it to the test, but don't take advantage of me. If you're somebody that just buys and asks for a refund after you strip out all the knowledge, then the karmic gods will play such wretched havoc with you and your business and your finances and those you care about. So please don't take advantage. I'm not taking advantage of you, and I don't want you to take advantage of me. Next. Either it pays off meaningfully for your business and you, or then, and by then, or it hasn't, and you'll know, and you get to make the decision. But please commit with integrity and commit yourself with integrity to yourself. Greatest shame is for you to accept mediocrity, for you to underperform your potential. I don't know why I'm looking at this circle above instead of looking here at Jesus' next life. it looks like that's where I should be looking. Maybe the circular light, and I keep looking at it thinking I'm doing such a good job. But you have to decide how much you want to commit to yourself. How much of an outcome do you want out of the life commitment you are making to your business? How much do you want your business to work harder for you? I can't answer that. And I won't. I'll invest in you by reducing it $8,000. I'll take the risk from you and put it on my shoulders like Atlas. I don't take the responsibility of following through. If you don't care enough about it, and this is intellectual entertainment, shame on you. And I pray, this is not negative, it's true. Somebody said this years ago, and I thought about it. I pray that you are the one that takes advantage of this and acts on this, and not someone you're competing with. And I mean that from my heart. Next. Okay, either it and you perform or you don't. It's that simple. You decide. But do not take advantage of me. That's not fair. I don't deserve it, and you don't deserve to take advantage of yourself by shortcutting it. If you're someone who's ever bought something just to learn it and send it back, change your integrity, because that's a toxifier to your ability to do what I teach, because we operate with integrity, we operate with preeminence, we operate with great, respectful appreciation and protection of the other side. You owe me the same, or this will not work. Next. Okay, there'll be no questions asked if you want. No hard feelings on my part either. Next. If it and you perform, you prosper. If it doesn't, I lose. Pretty simple. Next. I think we're done. Okay, questions, but they can be questions about this. They can be questions. And if you have a lot of questions, we'll have somebody else call you if they're deep. And I've tried my darndest in this session to give you a lot of reflection, a lot of clarity, a lot of insights that I'd like to think most of my contemporaries wouldn't even, and not demeaning them, but wouldn't have the worldview and the experience and the depth and breadth and connectivity to share with you. I'm just thrilled that Damon agreed to come on, and I'm thrilled that he spars with me and holds me to a simpler communication challenge. And I'm thrilled with those of you that are still on, and I'll be thrilled with those of you I help who buy into the system. And if there's some questions, I'll stay on. But in all honesty, I haven't done a 4-hour like this for a long time, and I'm actually starting to fatigue. And when I fatigue, I go and just sort of fall into the computer. If I fall in the computer, I'll probably accidentally hit leave. So we better figure it out before that happens. Right, Brian?
That's right. And okay. And just so you know, it's been a little bit more than 4 hours. So I think that we've added a lot of value. There are questions from earlier that I still have kind of in the queue, but I wanted to see if there was any kind of, does somebody need like a quick clarification or something like that? Please add that question.
Anything after this, anybody on my team can help give you clarity on what it is and why it is and how it is, and be benefited by them. But honestly, the session was created as a proactive contribution response to all the people that have asked for more clarity and certainty. And the offer was done for the same reason. It's not a $5,000 offer, and it's not a big hyperbolic offer. It's a very, very qualitative, powerful, profitable, and enormously paradigm shifting way you can move yourself to a much higher level of performance and possibility. Okay, Brian.
All right, Jay, I'm going to take a question here from Diana. I'd like to know what kind of prosperous business you would advise her to do with her 5 competencies. So her competencies are coaching, teaching, international relationships, web marketing, and politics. She's currently a politician and has no idea what it could become business-wise. I know the core of my business must be the intersection of these 5 competencies.
Well, I mean, again, please understand that this is me doing some really cool questions, but it's not a deep, expansive consultation. But if you're in politics and you have those competencies, if you can quantify performance that you have achieved either for yourself or others. Let's say that you've basically been able to, either in politics, get yourself to win in a number of contests, elections, or win a lot of bills or issues in whatever the local or state or national whatever the organizations you're politically involved in. And you can extrapolate and say, I can teach any other politician how to win when they're trying to get a bill passed, or how to get the community to do things, or how to get their their election more powerful on a limited budget. That's how you start. You integrate that, and then and there's got to be some applications of that, either small, medium, large. If they're small and you can't justify doing it singularly, you do it in group. Aspiring politicians, you help aspiring politicians build a success strategy when they don't have a lot of knowledge or a lot of money, because there's tons of people out there that want to be. I mean, it's very hard, and I admire that. I think it's thankless and it can be brutal, but there's a lot of people that want it but don't know how to do it, and they'll peter away all kinds of money and emotion and hope and everything. And I think it's really good if you can help them. Next. Brian, you got another one? You're off.
Here you go. Apologize about that. So I have one from Sylvan here that asks in the chat, any tips on the types of questions to ask in their qualification form to politely weed out tire kickers before they get them on the phone?
What is he selling?
I believe he works with authors and high-end ticket offers.
Yeah, well, the first thing is I want to know how motivated they are to either get their book published, get their business built out, expand their market. How ready are they? How well capitalized are they? What exactly have they tried to do or investigated up until now? And if he can provide a viable strategy and proposition, are they prepared and able financially and time allocation wise to commit today? If they say, well, I don't know, I'd say, well, call me when you are. Next.
Cool. So we have an independent agent contracted with a Financial Solutions Retirement.
Okay.
Let's see here. They have a strategic and preeminent marketing idea that needs to be refined to survive and even thrive during this COVID-19 pandemic, and has potential to find the money to fund retirement plans. And they're looking for kind of how do you review these things? Like emergency relief for business owners.
What is it exactly?
So they're looking for a sense of how to create kind of an emergency relief for business owners, and they have like a financial solutions company.
Okay, but so I mean they got a company, but they need to build a program. Is that what they're saying?
They have the idea of doing it. Can you add like what would they need to do to build?
Well, let's figure out. If you're trying to be financial relief, it's going to be basically how are they going to get reduction of their overhead, of their their payables, how they're going to get more revenue. How we need to be teaching them three things to start with.
Okay.
Masterful marketing, masterful selling, masterful management, masterful cash flow, masterful negotiation. Try to start there. Those four things will give everybody a lot more power and impact.
Excellent. I have another person that is competing in a very competitive field. Their field is competitive residential and commercial security systems.
Okay.
And it seems that because their competition is using recurring monthly payments to offset their initial fee that they charge, how can he kind of outcompete them, outvalue them, and those kind of things?
Well, it's a complex question, but I would just find a lot of people that have the trust of a certain target audience and do partnerships with them and just say, look, there's a lot of people out, have them send communication out that says there's a lot of people doing this, and some of them make their offers very irresistible, but these people are the ones that I choose. They deal with me, they protect me, they have the best system, the best response, the most professionals, and saving a few dollars isn't really that relevant if you want to save your life and your home, etc. That's how I do it.
Excellent. Robert was asking about a compelling proposition or revenue share to the freelance software engineers to develop a software system at no cost.
Well, if you're going to try to get him to do it, I mean, I'm just telling you what I would counsel.
Right.
You have to prove to them that you have the ability to take that system to market. You have to say, I've got marketing people, I've got the other part already locked, I've got salespeople, I've got connections with all these different either platforms, I've got marketing money, you create this, we'll split, I'll put it into the market. But you got to show them it's not, I mean, when we think about doing deals, we tend to be skewed selfishly, what's in it for us instead of what's in it for them. I mean, I wouldn't do anything for somebody I didn't think would be able to do anything with it without, struggling. If someone goes, okay, when I get it, then I'll try to raise money. I would say, well, I'm not interested. But if they say, I got money, I got connections with all these platforms we can promote it on, I've got access to 52,000 people who write in the sector who will promote it. That you got to have what they want. If you show them that and you say, I've already worked hard, I've got value, probably $4 million worth of assets on my side. If you'll create the software, I can get it into market if it performs and if it offers a great value. That's how I would do it.
Cool.
Next.
Scott is hoping to get off his organization chart in his construction business. So he's wanting to know, how does he locate a high-end manager in this time, and would love, he'd love to hire this person. So can you explain how to use a power partner in this situation as an option?
I wouldn't do that. I would go on LinkedIn and find a lot of people who have done it, who are out of work, and I wouldn't hire them. I'd offer to pay them $50 or $200 to pick their mind for an hour and a half and ask them all great questions. And after you did it with, I'd waste $2,000 or $3,000 asking the same question of maybe 10 or 15 people that might be out of work for qualitative good reasons. And if you see a lot of duplication, now you'll know where to go and you'll know a lot of things. And then you can probably find them easily, but you have to make sure you know what you want. And I'd ask them, well, I'd say, I want somebody who can do this. What would you tell me to look for? What do you think is important? What's a system or a strategy? And let them build it for you.
I like it. So this one has like some pretty broad ramifications. This is from Christina, who met you at a Tony Robbins Business Mastery event. Social distancing. It's something that's affecting everyone. How can we overcome the physical touch proximity issue? She's a Latina entrepreneur, and the culture is a very touchy-feely culture, and humans are craving, connections, relationships. One of her current businesses is on-site learning and talent development in leadership and high-performance coaching, and she's concerned about maintaining momentum with engaging group exercises. And often clients are like an extended family to one another.
Well, I mean, you have to modify. I mean, if you can't get them next to each other, you better figure a fun way and almost self-efface and make fun of the fact that you can't. I mean, there's somebody that I know that's trying to do a big event, and the state is causing them to only put 1 out of every 5 seats. And they're either going to do mannequins or they're going to do cutouts of the person in between all the other seats with different facings and different clothes. You got to either find a way to Turn the negative into a positive. I mean, that's all you can do.
True enough. True enough. So this is
And I'm probably getting tired, so we'll do two more, guys.
two more. You got it. So this is from Dennis, and it's a related to a teaching segment for a program called Financial Freedom Movement.
Yeah.
And they're looking for how should a teenager think about your gigantic, massive brain? Where to start, how to think about business when they still live at home or don't have resources or money and don't have a network yet.
So restate it so I can get my hands around.
Sure. So think of this as kind of a young entrepreneur, maybe even somebody that's still in high school and they're very aggressive and want to get into business. Where do they start? How do they even think about business when they still live at home, maybe with their parents, and they obviously don't have the resources or the money to, kind of, or even a network?
What I did when I got started, I hung out with a lot of entrepreneurs during the day and I worked at night, and they just taught me. I observed what they did. They debriefed me. They gave me some of their strategies. Call 5 or 6 entrepreneurs in your city if you're physically able to go to them. If not, pick out not the top entrepreneurs yet, but entrepreneurs that are successful, and say, can I be mentored by you? I'd like to learn how to think differently, be focused, learn some of the universal things, and get 4 or 5 of them and spend an hour or two every day or help them. I mean, start somewhere and then read a lot, but don't just read superficially. After you read, try to see applications of that in other situations. That's it.
All right. And then I'm going to give Robert the last question here. What ideas for strategic alliances could you give him to attain 3,000 industrial personal computer desktops at no cost barter from a manufacturer in China that has surplus stock?
You got to give them something they want. I mean, it's, if you're going to barter, what do they want? What can you give them? Or can you turn the computers into something else you can sell and say, look, if you give me 3,000 computers, I will trade it for, let's say 3,000 computers are worth $1,000 a piece. So that's what, $3 million? Is that right? So I'll trade $3 million for, let's call it, you'll go to an organization and trade it for whatever that you can cash convert. You figure out what you can convert it for. Or I'll sell them to people on installments. Or you figure, you got to be able to give them what they want. And if you don't know what they want, I mean, it always look the other way. What can you do that fulfills, satisfies a requirement of the other side? When you can do that, if they want money, how can you turn the computers? What are the computers worth at retail? What do they have invested in it? What's the spectrum or the gap? How much can you get them to trade for? That whatever you could get would be cash converted. If you can't get cash conversion, can you get people to buy them and give them terms? And if you give them terms where they pay only $20 a month on their credit card, how many people will pay? How many will burn you? How long will it take to pay? Is there somebody you can sell that receivable to that will buy that debt for 80 cents on the dollar so you can pay them off? And you look at possibilities like that.
Excellent, Jay.
All right. Well, everybody, first of all, what's that? What is it? jayabraham.com/special. Is that it? Is that what it is? I think it is.
I believe it is.
I
think we're going to open up that slide real quick here.
jayabraham.com/special. Yeah. So go there if you're so inclined. And I hope this has been a business life-shifting day. And I'd like very much to thank you for hanging in there, those of you that did. And I won't get mad at the ones that didn't. This is a slow, arduous process, but I hope we added more value, and I hope we got your mind spinning in a positive way. And I hope we're not just entertainment. I'm sorry I keep looking at the circle, but thank you. Thank you Brian. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Keith, Brad, everybody that worked on it, Carlos. And I think it was great for a first time because we haven't done this before. And I hope I'll be able to help you all because you'll all be going to jabraham.com/special. Talk to you hopefully through that, if not in some other endeavor. Thanks. Bye.
And you're getting lots of thank yous from the audience, Jay. So lots of thank yous.
Thank you, people. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.